Let's see. Wait a moment to make sure everything's working, which it is. In which case, start things off correctly. You know how it be. You know how it be, everyone. It's your favorite programming error that just refuses to be fixed. CodeErr. Now we're gonna be continuing our ReZero journey today. And I also am gonna have to do something real quick. Because again, I did kind of make a promise. So let's go, let's spam someone real quick. There we go. So you know, I promised kind of that I would spam a certain person. I think 5 messages is enough spam, right? Maybe, potentially. I'll leave it at 5, 6 for now. It is enough, okay. I did promise, so I did it. Very good, my willing peon. Yes, I have done as you have commanded. Well, now that that's out of the way. Now that that's out of the way, how about I actually hop into the game real quick? Can't just sit idly on the title screen, can we? I mean, we could, but that's not what people want to see. It is now loading. And it is now lagging. There we go. So, let's complete this mission, shall we? So, if I am not mistaken, I need to wait 1 turn. Might as well think while I'm at it. So just to get a recap, we were trying to save our bestie. Or at least talk to him. Let's think about how we can distract the guards. Yeah. So we need to waste 1 turn so Feld can sneak on over, and then we can go to the gate. And we might as well waste our turn by talking to Rem. That way it's not a waste. And then Miss Sakura killed us. Yes, exactly. That is indeed what happened. Okay, now Feld should sneak on over. Right? Come on, Feld, do your thing. Feld! Feld, what are you doing? You should have snuck on over. I guess I'll check the gate. Well then do that. Feld is a dummy. Total baka. Do your thing, Feld. Thank you. Okay, now I do my thing. Which is to talk. Okay, we've heard this dialogue last time. Should I repeat it or should we just skip through it? I'm not sure. If Rem talks naturally, we can skip through it because it's Rem, but talk like a madman. That is what we're doing here. A suspicious shadow. Infamous for being the most annoying being ever. Yes, which is good for this. Exactly. As he said once in the anime, I'm infamous for being so annoying that no one can ignore me. And he used that to his advantage many times. Like right now. Like right there. And because you haven't seen one, that means there can't be one, of course. Perfect security. Well, I haven't seen it personally, so naturally there can't be an intruder. Yeah, clearly we're seeing things. And we're seeing more than you are. Alright, now let's get in here. So we got the gate key. So now we just open the gate. And then we cause a fire again, right? Actually, I just realized something. Since we can't sneak around front, we might have to sneak around back. How do we do that? Can we even sneak around back if we cause a fire where we caused one last time? That's the question, isn't it? Let's actually think about this for a second. Yeah, there's no way to get around them if we cause a fire there. Now the question is, could we cause a fire over here? No, but we can talk. Well, we definitely need to cause a fire, that much is for sure. And since I can only see one spot where we could start a fire, I'm gonna assume that that's the only way we have to progress right now. Okay, let's do it. Okay, Subaru, time to commit arson. Time to commit arson, that's what this is all about. Now the question is how to progress from here. Do we have to waste a turn again? That could very much be the case. Maybe we just have to waste a turn. Because now that the guards are distracted, maybe Felt can do something. Maybe Felt can do something once the guards are distracted and we just need to wait it out. Okay. Felt. Okay, she's doing a thing. She's doing a thing. That's gonna be risky. Talk. How can she not see me here, but she totally could see me when I was sneaking behind the statue? That doesn't make any sense, by the way. Don't get that. Okay, Ram. I heard you on your way. Ram? Subaru just said you were on your way. Do I have to inform you first? Ram, seriously. Do your thing. Come on, Ram. Be kind enough to talk to Sakura for a bit. Like we planned. Okay. Please work. The distraction is working. The smile, yes. Okay. Here we go. Now we can sneak by. My turn is about to run out, so I might as well talk to Felt again. My turn is gonna run out anyway, so I might as well use it by talking to her before just running out of movement options. Thankfully, I'm not very good at being careful, so we might as well. So we might get to experience another game over. Oh, that's suspicious. Yes, that is true. That is kind of suspicious that she's not here with us. Oh. Yes. Oh no, not that one. We trust L. L is nice. So you're calling L more common of a side. Interesting. You sure? You sure? Okay, let's go. Why can we use this? I don't see a reason to use it. But it's the only other option we have, isn't it? Why would we do this? Like, serious question, why? Will leaving the gate open maybe attract his attention and allow us to sneak by? That's the only conclusion I can come to. Let's try it. Felt you should be able to keep going if we distract the guards with this. Okay, so it is just used for a distraction. But we also snuck out. Meaning that now only Felt is in there and she should be able to get out all by herself. She's an expert. Come on, Felt. Don't fail me now. Especially because I'm outside and can't really do anything else. Now I can join in on the conversation, can't I? And that would probably be less suspicious, maybe?
Oh, Rem. 姉様がお呼びだ。早く行かないと俺が怒られちまうよ。
それは大変です。スバル君が姉様に怒られるのはレムの本意ではありません。
Well, then let's get out of here.
すみません、さくら様。お話の途中ですが、レムは行かなければなりません。
あら、それは残念ですね。でもレムちゃんの王子様が怒られてしまっては大変です。
Oh, you wouldn't want us to be in trouble. I see. I see. Well, if you worded like that, of course I can naturally believe you.
それではお話はまた別の機会にしましょう。スバルちゃんもレムちゃんにお願いしたりしないで、聞きたいことがあるなら直接来てください。
It is kind of suspicious. If it works, it works. You know what I would consider to be the explanation for this is that he might have sent Rem ahead already just to start the conversation and that he was kind of busy and just couldn't come by until a little later, you know? So that excuse might fly, maybe, potentially.
ああ、すまねえ。今度はそうさせてもらうよ。
No point in staying here longer than we need to. We should get out of here before we make some silly mistake. Felt, it's all up to you now. I'll be waiting at the tavern. Yeah, it's very weird. Nothing to report though, right? Yes. Oh, kind of, Tiga. But funny how that works out, that you're outside right now. Because, you know, that intruder you may or may not have, may or may not be targeting you right now. Don't question it. Felt, tell him about his bestie.
まあ、細けい話はなしだ。なぜ時間がねえ。要件だけ伝えさせてもらうぜ。マイフレンドだけか？とにかくそのマイなんとかってのが酒場で待ってる。
Yes. Now go. Be with your bestie.
マイフレンド。なるほど、スバルか。スバルが酒場で待ってるんだな。
Maybe, maybe not. You should, in any case, you should probably head on over there, you know?
ああ、兄ちゃんと差しで話がしてらしい。
Starting to jump over the fence too. So why not do that? Because Ram is supposed to be a distraction. And if she entered, you know, entered this area without any kind of reasoning, that would seem weird. It's best to call out from in front of the gate and let Felt, the professional thief, handle it. Felt is a professional thief, she can handle it far better, I feel like. She can talk to Subaru more calmly, externally smarter. she can talk to Sakura more calmly and is generally smarter. Well, yeah, she was talking to Sakura. That's what we were doing. But it worked out. If she jumped inside, that would feel more like she was intruding when she really was just supposed to appear like she was just passing by. What reason would there be to jump inside if you were just casually trying to make a conversation here?
差しで
ああ、だからさくらって姉ちゃんには内緒だ。バレずに出てこられるか？
わかった。なんとかしてみよう。
Yes! Now get out to the tavern, buddy. Everyone around the tavern is merry, but my mind is full of panic and tension. Did I screw up? Can I say I did my best to support her? If something happens to Feld, nothing I do could ever make amends. It would be irremediable. Why are you gonna phrase it like that? Also, you can totally remedy the situation if you just, you know, die and travel back in time. No harm done. Well, I guess your psyche would kind of suffer for it, but you know. You could bite your tongue. Yes, that could very much end you. Hopefully. Of course, Feld would claim she chose this on her own and that it's her own responsibility, but... And is your bestie here? 2 new figures appear in the tavern and appear at the tavern entrance, and they're exactly who I've been waiting for. He tried to end himself in the Dream Castle once. Yeah, I remember that. And then he got healed after a little bit of a struggle. He got healed by the Witch of Wrath, I remember. Even though she was stopped initially. Because it's Subaru's choice that he wants to kill himself. You know. But, yeah, he didn't succeed in killing himself in the end. Achievement unlocked, just the 2 of us. Well, actually, it's the 3 of us, because Feld is here too.
おい、こっちだ。おっと。
ちゃんと待ってたみてえだな。じゃ、きっちり話してこいよ。
はい、フェルト様、ありがとうございました。
何があるんだかわからない。
Buddy.
せいぜい強く生きろよ。兄ちゃんもな。
Okay, the Tiga dude is... Just to give you a quick rundown, he works for Melty's camp. So Melty is the fake royal candidate, and Sakura and Tiga are basically her attendants. Of course, Sakura is more than just an attendant, she's actually the one pulling the strings from behind the scenes, but we know that by now, we figured that out. Tiga is actually a childhood friend of Melty's. Fake meaning? Alright, according to the prophecy, there's supposed to be 5 royal candidates. But Melty is also here, meaning we have 6 royal candidates, but since the prophecy only allows for 5 potential candidates, the royal selection can't progress until the fake royal candidate has been weeded out. So yeah, that's fake meaning she was recognized as a royal candidate by the Dragon Gem, despite the fact that she's one too many. So yeah, Tiga and Melty are childhood friends, and in a way, it means that... In a way, their relationship is similar to what Subaru and Emilia have. So the relationship between Melty and Tiga is kind of what Subaru and Emilia have. Pretty similar, I dare say. Which is why they're besties now. Betelgeuse is not dead. No, he's still very much alive. The Witch's cult is still very much around, and there's still a problem. Because as you remember, they don't get eliminated until after the royal selection goes public. And that hasn't happened yet. Because, well, they won't make it public until there's only the 5 royal candidates there that are supposed to exist. But yes, we have encountered him before. The Witch's cult, as I think I've mentioned, has attacked the royal capital before. So that is a thing. When you want to see him suffer, oh, he suffers a lot, as you know. Probably going to kill you a lot of times, maybe, if we see him again, but right now Sakura is the problem. The mastermind meaning, well, basically, Sakura is the one basically forcing Melty and the others to go along with it, if I had to guess. She's definitely the one in charge. Melty is definitely being forced to participate in the royal selection by Sakura. There's no other way to look at this. I mean, Sakura was literally torturing Melty with her mana wasps, so, you know, that is a thing that she's doing. Also, in the same loop we found out that she's the one in charge, we also found out that she actually killed Tiga because he was not so happy about going along with what she was planning. And the only reason she didn't kill Melty is because, well, Melty is integral to her plan. Melty is the fake royal candidate. She needs to be around, so naturally Sakura can't kill her, because that would hinder her too much. But she was fine with killing Tiga, because, well, you can just find another potential knight to guard her. Did Rem die yet? Let me think, I'm pretty sure that happened. Pretty sure she died. At the very least when the Witch's Cult was attacking. What's the reacting here if Rem died? Well, he's one for panicking, you know. Though I'm not sure if we actually... Well, I mean, I guess... At one point Subaru was burning alive, and Rem was trying to save him, and in doing so the flames also, you know, caught her on fire in the process. So while dying, Rem was also starting to burn alive right next to him. But that's basically, I think, the only suffering I remember that Subaru saw of Rem in this game. Other than that, I think, if anything, she died off screen. Then again, I'm not sure. Did she die once during the encounter with Betelgeuse? Not sure. I think she might have died once during an encounter with Betelgeuse as well. In this game, naturally she died in the anime when encountering him, but... Talking about new stuff here. Her voice carries over the noise of the tavern and Feld waves her hand at me. Then she turns around and leaves. Started reading the manga for this? Hang on. I nearly give the sire of her heroic back a round of applause. I am quickly gonna look at what that is. It looks interesting, I guess. Okay, I just had a quick glance at it, you know. Okay, that looks interesting, I guess. Creepy music is the background song. Wow, Creepy Nuts is the background song. I was wondering what that was. Someone in the comments was saying, was wondering if Creepy Nuts was the name of a character, which would also be interesting. Interesting. Really, I haven't read too much manga. Gotta be honest here. More of an anime kind of dude. But I do... It's not like I am not okay with reading manga as well, you know? Just a bit hesitant, because normally I discover a good franchise through the anime, and I'm kind of hesitant to read the manga, because I'm like, yeah, but what if it gets animated later on, and I want to watch the anime blind? So that's why I'm sometimes hesitant to go into that kind of stuff. But sometimes it works out, like with Little Witch Academia, because I knew that the manga that came out after the anime, yes, the anime came out first, the manga came out later, and the manga basically just introduces the beginning. It just basically repeats the beginning of the anime, but other than that, it's completely unrelated stories to the anime. Just like extra stories that happen during the anime that don't get that you don't get to see is basically what the manga is. Basically just more plot, which is why I was happy to read it. And if the anime does continue, naturally it's gonna continue at a later point, because none of the manga actually features stuff that could happen after the anime concluded. Basically, entirely takes place during the same time span as the anime, just featuring new stories, which is why I was able to read that. Shinri Zero Wrath If? Yeah. Greediv? I'm not sure if I've seen Greediv, but I know about Greediv. Greediv is right if he accepts Echidna's contract, right? And he basically keeps dying over and over and over, living all the different outcomes just so he can find the optimal route, which is yikes. Very evil. Well, it's not that she's she's necessarily evil, she just doesn't care about anything as long as she gains knowledge from it. She's just very self-centered. As long as she gains knowledge from it, nothing else matters. I'm not sure if that is evil or if it's more of a chaotic neutral, but oh well. Basically, she lacks empathy. To be honest, I've been contemplating having her present for this too, but so, Subaru, cut to the chase. You're not here to have idle chatter. Come on, Tiga. You know as much as we know that this is serious. We wouldn't have asked you out like this if it wasn't serious. Considering Fel's shamelessness and sticky fingers, it's a scary prediction for the future. Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated. So, about Sakura, you want to get away from her, buddy? You want to escape from her clutches? And work together and maybe help Melty? Like, seriously, Tiga, she literally killed you in another timeline. Now, I know we can't say that, but I feel like you should know that she would have no qualms with ending your life if she so felt like it. We are good friends, but this is very serious. Sakura's just heartless. Yeah, basically. I mean, she literally killed Melty's childhood friend, saying that, yeah, she can find a replacement for that guy at any point. And really thinks that that wouldn't have impacted Melty at all, and that she could just continue the whole royal selection process like nothing happened. After her childhood friend just got killed. Yeah. Sakura is a very, very nice person, isn't she? Tiga sits down next to me and we casually order something from the menu. When our order arrives, we raise our glasses. With that, I'm ready to talk. I thought of what to start with, went over several preambles, but I decided to cut right to the chase instead. Ooh, I like it. That is... the moment I get to the heart of the matter, the air around Tiga changes. It's quite intense and the air in the tavern seems to turn dry, but most importantly, I hear the faint sound of his sword click against its sheath. Well, you're friends, so you should be happy that he didn't kill you right away.
スバルも一人で待ち構えてた。これをそっちの誠意だと受け止めたい。
Okay. So he's not killing us. That's a good sign. So at least we know that he values our friendship. Otherwise, I don't think he would have any problems with cutting us down right here. But we also know he cares very much about Melty. Also, there might also be a slight factor of, you know, him fearing for his life if he fails. So yeah, he cares for Melty a lot. I mean, they're childhood friends and he has a crush on her. Kind of sad for him because, you know, the childhood friend never wins. Sad. But, come on, buddy. We know you're scared of Sakura too, right? Still with a hand on his sword, Tiga closes one eye and shrugs. He could see that I'm alone within the bustle of the tavern. Not even Rem accompanied me. Yeah, I'd imagine it would take a lot. When I told her I'd meet with Tiga alone, Rem was greatly opposed to the idea. Not to worry, I mean, worst case scenario, we just die and go back. She had assisted me with the plan to call Tiga out here, and I had her help me send Fel to the church. But when I said I didn't want her to come to the actual meeting, I expected her to protest. However... But Rem doesn't know that. Yeah, she doesn't know that. That is true. But Subaru knows. Subaru knows everything. And Rem trusts Subaru. So as long as Subaru says, don't worry, I have a plan, Rem would most likely trust him. Because we know how she is towards him. I mean, yeah, she's protective. But she also knows that everything Subaru does, he doesn't do without reason. So, yeah, I think we're good on that front. I mean, she kind of did. She kind of did train us. Well, we're still kind of making slight jokes, so we're good to go, right? Wow. So can we continue this conversation now? Yeah, that is true. I mean, imagine. I mean, I feel like he knows that Melty is the imposter. But he's still willing to protect her at any cost. And not just is he willing to protect her, but he also needs to keep up the front in order to not get killed by Sakura. So, 2 reasons as to why he has to be serious about this. But, yeah, we know. And we know that Sakura's behind it all. Just Subaru drop that you know that Sakura's behind it, and then he will likely, possibly be more willing to listen. I think, maybe? Hopefully? Tiga narrows his eyes and asks me again. He's giving me an unspoken warning as a friend that I can still turn back. But I shake my head. Yeah, that it is. Yes, but that doesn't mean she's a bad person. Sakura is the bad person. Melty is just caught up, is just an innocent bystander getting caught up in all of this. That is my thought, my 2 cents on the issue. We know that Salem is Wolf, the malevolent masked magician, I think is what he calls himself. And we know that Sakura's behind it, just say so. Once again, I don't beat around the bush. Tiga goes quiet, and a look of careful consideration shines in his eyes. He's thinking about whether or not to trust us and maybe get out of this. Because if he... Let's face it, he knows that Melty is suffering under Sakura too. So if he sees an honest opportunity to save Melty from this situation, then I feel like he would take it. I feel like he would take this opportunity if he knew for a fact that we could save Melty. But as long as he doesn't know that for sure, I feel like he's gonna stay cautious around us. Kill Subaru? No, let's not kill Subaru here. Despite the silence between us, the atmosphere of the tavern doesn't change. Within the alcohol-scented atmosphere, I only hear Tiga's breathing as he thinks. Feels like if I focus hard enough, I might even be able to feel his heartbeat. After a long, long while, the silence breaks. He admits it! He admits it! He isn't denying it! Tiga's remark pretty much confirms he's involved in backing the fake candidate. I knew as much, but actually hearing him say it weighs heavier on my mind than I imagined. The reality that Tiga, Salam, Puka, and Melty are enemies wounds my heart more than I thought it would. Now listen, Melty and Tiga... I think Melty and Tiga are basically as innocent as you can be in this position. Now as for Salam and Puka, I honestly don't know. As for those two, I'm honestly not sure. But I feel like Melty and Tiga are basically innocent. Again, as innocent as you can be in their position. Tiga is basically just doing his best to protect Melty. And as for how Melty got strung up in all of this, I don't even know yet. Maybe she just was such a charming person that Sakura was like, yeah, this kind of person could be passed off as a royal candidate. But I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. But I hope Melty and Tiga are as innocent as they seem in my mind right now. He probably didn't expect me to have this reaction, but... Yeah, I had a feeling. Now that is if I can believe your words to be true here, which I think they are, but, you know. My bitterness must have shown quite clearly on my face, because Tiga speaks as though to console me. His claim... Okay. Hang on a second. Why was that so loud? I wasn't expecting it. It scared me too. Compared to what it sounds like when I'm playing Friday Night Funkin', that was just... yikes. Again, the game volume matters a lot, apparently. The game volume matters a lot, apparently. I was honestly not expecting that, and... that honestly came out of nowhere. It was so loud! Well, you got me, okay? You got me. Compose yourself. Compose yourself. And progress the game. His claim isn't to defend himself or his action. He desires to keep Melty's thoughts or position from being misjudged. It was completely random, which was the whole idea. Yes, that's why you were able to get me this nicely. I get it. One of these days I'm gonna have a heart attack. And I believe you. Now, am I a fool for believing Tiga despite knowing that he's working for the fake candidate? Maybe I am a fool, but I choose to trust my bestie here.
エミリア様と仲良くしていたことだって
I believe so
決
as
して
well.
嘘なんかじゃない
Again, I might be a fool for believing him, but I choose to believe him anyway.
もちろん今さらこんな都合のいい話信じてもらえるかなんてわからないが
Oh, no, 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 I do believe it. I do believe it. Considering that Sakura is the one behind
いや
it.
信じるよ信じるお前の言うことを信じるよ
Well, I guess if I'm a fool, then so is Subaru. But we already knew Subaru is a sentimental fool, but being a sentimental fool is one of his, you know, big character points that actually has helped him before, so I answered Tiga's desperate appeal without hesitation. It didn't sound like he was just trying to justify things, nor did I get any indication that he's just making excuses. That's why I want to believe that Melty is exactly the girl she makes herself out to be, that Tiga cares for her from the bottom of his heart. Where does this game start you out in the timeline? Just before you head to the Royal Capital. This game starts out just before you head to the Royal Capital. So you're basically currently in the village with Emilia. Then you gather up all your things, and then you head to the Royal Capital for you know, Subaru's healing and to announce the Royal Selection candidates. Sarama already loves Subaru. Okay, yes, that is the case. That is where this takes place. And then most of it takes place during our time in the Royal Capital. Where again the Royal Selection candidates aren't actually announced like they are in the anime. Because there's a fake, and they don't want to announce the Royal candidates until the fake is weeded out. Did Tsuru make a fool of himself this time too? A Royal Selection? Again, as I keep saying, it happened a little bit differently. Partially because they never publicly announced the Royal Selection, because it got cancelled. Yeah, the Royal candidates still met up at the Royal Castle, but it went a whole lot differently, so no, he didn't embarrass himself there. Also, where's Emilia? At this point, I'm not sure if she's still in the Royal Capital or if she already went back to the mansion. She might have already gone back to the mansion, but I'm, again, not sure. She might still be in the Royal Capital. Honestly, at this point, it feels like Emilia isn't even a big plot point anymore, which is weird considering how much of a simp Subaru is. Oh well.
メルティちゃんは誰かを傷つけられるようなそんな子じゃないさ
Because I know for a fact that in some loops he decided to send Emilia back to the mansion, in other loops he decided to keep her around. I think in one loop, actually, is this the loop? Now I can't remember. Is this the loop where he went to the Royal Capital and left Emilia at the mansion? Actually, I think that's how it went. Subaru went to the Royal Capital without Emilia, and he got a signed letter from Rosewald saying that Subaru is representing Rosewald and Emilia and is basically able to speak on their behalf. But then in the end, Emilia and Rosewald had to come to the Royal Capital anyway, just a little bit later. I think that's I think that's the loop we're currently in. So yeah. She went back, you better be sure you are going to beat the shit out of Betelgeuse and possibly the White Whale. Again, I think I said that before as well. The Witch's Cold isn't really attacking her until her presence is announced to the public. Because as far as I'm aware, the Witch's Cold only learns of her because due to the Royal Selection, her presence is announced to the public. That's how the Witch's Guild knows of her being there and attacks. And in this game, she also gets attacked, but only because word of her gets spread because we defeat a famous group of bandits on our way to the capital. Now, since in this loop, as far as I'm aware, as far as I remember correctly, we defeated the bandits without Emilia being involved, meaning her name isn't being spread, meaning the Witch's Cult should theoretically not attack yet. I hope. If everything's going according to plan. So things might be going well. we might not have to run into Betelgeuse again for the time being.
それはお前もそうだろ。
And same goes for the white whale, probably. And this also becomes evil in this game too. He do be the kind of person to be scheming behind the scenes, but I feel like he's also very much surprised by the fake royal candidate right now, and is too caught up in what the hell is going on with that.
俺はどうかな。メルのためなら悪魔にもなれる。そのつもりだから。ここは素直にうなずいとけよ。まったく閉まらねえやつだな。
Okay. Let's talk this out. Oh, he's smiling again. We got him to smile.
多いのが俺の悪いところだ。だけど、ありがとう。
Okay, so this is progressing kind of nicely. We're able to tell him that we know of everything, and he's smiling again. Okay. I see the Super Amelia relationship kind of thing now. Yeah, you do get to see it sometimes. Now, to be fair, you did kind of appear a little bit late in the story for this game, but yeah, you definitely get to see it a lot early on. They do kind of have that same thing going. And which is why Tiga and Subaru's interactions sometimes are a little bit interesting. And they're all talking about how their candidate is definitely best girl. And let's face it, Emilia and Melty are also kind of similar in their character. Now, again, I'm not sure if you've seen Melty at this point, but she is also the very same kind-hearted girl, a little bit clumsy, always trying to make everyone smile. Now, she doesn't have the same prejudice that Emilia has. She's not facing that. Plus, she's a nun in the Holy Dragon Church, so naturally, she's a far more popular person than Emilia. But other than that, their character seems pretty similar. Just the fact that she wouldn't hurt a fly makes you think of Emilia. Yes, it do be like that. After our first round of refreshments, non-alcoholic of course, we finally dive into the main subject. It's pointless doubting Tiga's true intentions now. All we can do is speak openly, drop all pretenses, and just believe each other.
それで改めて質問し直した。なんでこんなことを始めた？
Yeah, no, they're fine.
桜の差し金なのか？
I think Melty isn't either. Melty and Tiga are definitely not half-elf racists. They're pretty nice. They're pretty open and accepting. Which is a good thing. Another reason why Subaru didn't want to suspect them. Like, all this time, he never doubted the Melty's camp ever. He never thought Melty could be the fake candidate. And the only reason for that is because she's so nice. For every other candidate, he literally had to go into detail trying to prove why they couldn't possibly be the imposter. And for Melty, he just, from the beginning, was like, yeah, no, she can't be it. She can't be it, no way. And for every other candidate, he was like, okay, but there's this and this and this and this, so that's why I have to assume that they're not the imposter. For Anastasia and Priscilla, the only reason he believes they're not the imposters is because they were attacked by the mysterious masked magician. So he knew that those couldn't be the imposter because they were attacked. He of course knows Emilia can't be it. He knows that Feld can't be it because Emilia and Feld are both so unpopular candidates that it wouldn't make sense for a fake to, you know, try to infiltrate the royal selection if they knew they wouldn't have a chance like this. And for Krush, it took him forever. Krush was actually the person he doubted the most for a lot of it. Krush was actually the person he doubted the most, despite the fact that he was receiving treatment from Ferris and stuff like that. But again, yeah, we knew from the beginning, of course, but, you know. Priscilla would be fucking suspicious. He's just an ass, literally. Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice if Priscilla was just a fake candidate and we could remove her from the royal selection and just move on? Would be nice. Would be so much nicer. Like, honestly, out of the royal candidates, I keep saying this, but she would be the last person I would give my vote to. Again, if I had to vote for any of these royal candidates, I think I would vote for Krush. If I had to choose someone to pick second place, it'd be Anastasia. Just because they seem like the most competent to be the future ruler of a country. Krush more so than Anastasia, but just slightly more so. Melty and Emilia are very nice, but that's just it. They're just very nice people. Beyond that, I don't see them having too many good qualities as a ruler. Feld, well, she's a girl from the slums, and she made it a point that she really doesn't care about any of this. So she would be below that, and Priscilla would be at the very bottom of the list for me. So yeah, that's my ranking, personally. She's an ass in the web novel too, like bruh. She is, like seriously. Fifth arc super leads everyone to defeat a big part of the Witch Gold. Free a city that was captured by the Witch's Gold. Nice. Yep. Giving Emilia some popularity, that's how it be. In this game, he's actively trying to avoid giving Emilia popularity. Because he knows, okay, Emilia will gain popularity if she's involved in defeating this group of bandits. So I have to make sure that her name isn't being spread out there, because otherwise, the Witch's Cult will catch wind of her and attack. So yeah, also fighting alongside Reinhardt, that is always a plus. Like, Reinhardt is the G. Like, seriously. Reinhardt wouldn't claim Suru's achievements. Yeah, that is just the kind of person he is. Reinhardt is just a bro. Like, seriously, he's amazing.
そこまで分かってるのか。こんなこと言ったらなんだが、あの女の擬態は完璧だったはずなのに。
Also, can I... Oh, that's the menu. Not what I wanted to do. Didn't want to open the menu. Was it escape? There we go. Sakura put you up to it. Yes, yes. I completely didn't read the Sakura line. Reinhardt, Tsuru, and Emilia fought alongside each other to defeat Regulus. Nice. Again, that's kind of spoiling stuff for me, sadly. Tried to force Emilia to become one of his wives. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? Gain as many wives as possible, that's just how it is. Marry someone, she knows who she will marry. Oh, I wonder who that could be. Don't have someone to talk to? I guess I get that. But there's other stuff you could talk about when it comes to ReZero, like your theories on what we could do to win this game.
俺もすっかり騙されてはいたよ。気づけたのは、たまたまだな。たまたまって、大したたまたまだな。
Oh yeah, it was quite some luck. Definitely, I would call dying by your stomach bursting open. Yeah, I would call that very lucky. Indeed.
神竜教会は全部真っ黒なのか。待て待て、落ち着いてくれ。聞きたいことが山ほどあるのはわかる。けど、全部答える時間はないんだ。
Of course. Sakura would get suspicious otherwise. So he becomes a motivational speaker. I mean, he's already good at doing that. We know he's good at doing that.
時間がない。こうして抜け出してこれたのも多分かなりギリギリなんだよ。フェルト様のおかげで怪しまれてないが、妙に教会の空気が。早い話、さくらのやつがピリピリしててさ。
Yeah, I'd imagine she would be on edge.
今も何事もなければいいんだが。まさか尾行されたりは。それはないと思う。あいつは信用しきってるからな。
Ah, so which cult is Archbishop of Wrath? Make people share their emotions. Starting shelters, killed having taken over the city, and they started. Yikes! I mean, people killing themselves is nothing new in ReZero, considering that's what people do when they know the White Rabbit is approaching. They'd rather burn themselves alive than get eaten by the White Rabbit. Which, why did they burn themselves to death? There would be so many different options they could have chosen that would be quicker than that. But no, of course, we're gonna burn ourselves to death. That's how we're gonna escape the White Rabbit. Why? Out of all the options. I don't get it. Original speech, and apparently they started sharing hope. Huh. Well, that be him. That be Subaru. I mean, he gave hope to Rem and stuff, and then Rem returned the favor later on, so you know. Only mentioned that he defeated the Snark Bishop of Slaughter was a very good strategy. Hmm.
信用ってお前やメルティちゃんを？いや、そうじゃない。俺やメルが恐怖で縛られて抗えないって。
Yeah, I'd imagine it would be fear that controls you. Of course it would be fear. Also, he mentioned. Of course, all the time, you just gotta leave it all to Subaru. Because he knows what will happen, usually. Because he dies so many times. Thinking back on Sakura's vicious personality, I get where Tiga is coming from. She's the very embodiment of sadism. Sakura is supposedly stewing in her anger at the church right now. All because of me. When she captured me, there were already hints she was suspicious of me. She was trying to prevent me from making moves even then. All because I kept spoiling her plans. Her anger toward me has just been building. Even tonight, her attempt to send Salam to capture me will fail, and her rage will boil over. Yeah. He dies the least amount of times, actually. Really? Like, less than when it came to the loot house? Like, wait, how many times did he die in the loot house? He died once when he went in there in the very beginning. He died once... He died once when he got stabbed in the back when he was just escaping the hoodlums. He died once when... He died one more time at least. I think he died 3 times on the first arc, if I'm not mistaken. Now, if I can just remember the last time he died... Oh, right, of course. Elsa killed him. Yeah. Again. Died 3 times in arc 5? I think he died 3 times in arc 1 as well. Unless I'm missing one. Arc 1, when the suffering hadn't actually truly begun yet. How nice. Well, then again, he already did suffer a lot. Even in the first arc, he slowly died because his stomach was sliced open and his guts were spilling out. That doesn't seem like a nice way to go. Now, I know it got a lot worse later on, but compared to what happened later on, that was actually still a pleasant death, I would say. Still, though, it definitely didn't start him off easy. It didn't ease him into the dying. It immediately went, okay, let's suffer. But compared to later on, that was definitely nowhere close. Our first episode when we expect a happy isekai. Just a happy little isekai. Yes. With good comedy, you know, because of him saying, yeah, wasn't I summoned to another world? Where'd my protagonist status go? Oh yeah, it's gonna be such a comedic anime. Followed by suffering. I mean, it's not like they completely dropped the comedy aspect. They're still keeping the comedy aspect around. But it's just heavily overshadowed by all the suffering. So which Archbishop that makes... Yeah, you did mention that. The one of Wrath. He did mention that a little bit earlier. Not that I ever want to see her again. If I did, I'd rather it be in court.
そんなわけで下手に疑われたくない。だから手短に答えさせてもらう。
Oh, death of a heart attack. I see. Well, that seems like a more natural cause of death than some of the other stuff he experienced. Despite it probably being pretty bad as well.
まず、さくらは誰かの命令で動いてる。何度か話を盗み聞きした感触だと。
Yeah, we know that much.
お母様って相手がそれらしい。
We know it's all about her Kasama.
お母様か。
We know that much, but we don't know anything beyond that. I make a disgusted face and mutter. It's painful to even think about, but I recall that just before one of my most awful deaths I've suffered, Sakura said the same thing. I'm not saying it's decent. But it's more natural than some of the other stuff he's experienced. Like being eaten from the inside out. And from the outside in at the same time by rabbits. Mother. That's the enemy mastermind. But from the sound of it, I highly doubt that person is Betelgeuse. Yeah. Also, Sakura is the one doing everything, so me calling her the mastermind, I think it's reasonable. Especially because this mother we've never met. Yeah, he hasn't met the bunnies yet, so it's one of his most awful deaths up until this point. Yeah, I don't think she has connections either.
さくらのやつを魔女教徒と思ったことは一度もないよ。あの性格の悪さを考えるとそう思いたくなる気持ちもわかるけどさ。
Yeah, but she's not a cultist. I'm pretty sure of that.
そうなのか。いや、今はいい。ひとまず保留だ。それで他に分かってることは。お母様については詳しくはわからない。ただ。それが神竜教会の大本営じゃないってことは確かだと思う。
Well, that is new information at least. So we know she isn't part of the church at least. At least, you know, I think it's nice that Tiga is actually helping us help him. He could very much just be too afraid to tell us anything. But no, he's actually using this opportunity to potentially get away from Sakura. Because honestly, who can blame him? With us knowing how much we know already, I feel like any additional information he can give us won't change too much for his fate. Someone else who could smell Sakura's witch's miasma. Dead on the spot. Yeah. Understandable. I mean, seriously. That's the main reason Rem was freaking out so much in those loops back at the mansion arc. Horrible.
確かってどうしてそう言い切れる？一度は評議会にも忍び込んだんだ。そうまでして調べたことだし、真実だって思いたいところだ。
So, Tiga, you've already been rebellious. So you should be more than willing to cooperate with us in taking Sakura down.
評議会って教会の偉いところに？それ一人でやったのか？残念だが。他には誰も信用できなかった。これは言い方は悪いが、
Oh?
ベルも例外じゃない。
Oh? You don't even trust your crush on this?
お前がメルティちゃんを信用できない？そんなのってあるんだ。そういう深い事情がね。
I mean, I get where he's coming from, but I think the only reason you would involve Melty is because you're scared of her getting in trouble if she gets involved. Like, if anything, he knows that he's in trouble, but bringing Melty into this would probably hurt him even more. I think that's why he's not involving her in any of it.
奴らの手の内から逃れるためなら、できることは一通りしてきたつもりだ。評議会への侵入もその一環だよ。誰が俺たちの敵なのか見極めなくちゃ。 何と戦えばいいのかもわからない。だから俺は
Continue.
ずっと一人で戦ってきた。
Well, you don't gotta fight alone for any longer, because your bestie is here to help you. After I finish his sentence, Tiga gives a deep, silent nod of acknowledgement. There's a weight to it that shows just how much he's endured, more than words can express. So much time fighting alone, all to save Melty, the one he loves.
大変だったな。
Tiga's eyes widen at my words of encouragement. It may be presumptuous, maybe even condescending or hurtful. But I was saved by similar words. After working desperately, my heart about to crumble under hopeless distress. Yes, the very same words. The very same words that Emilia said to him when he got the lap pillow at the mansion. Can't forget those.
大変だったね。
Yup. Such a brief remark, but it saved me. I know firsthand.
まだ過去形にするには早すぎる。何も終わったわけじゃないんだから。
Yes. Subaru, before you said those words, you should have also given him a lap pillow. Just recreate the same circumstance for your bestie. Alright, buddy, come over here. Lap pillow time. Gotta tell you how tough it's been. Perfect. So you're not gay. What's wrong with giving someone a lap pillow? You know what? True. If anything, we gotta recreate it perfectly. Call out Melty, call out his crush to give him the lap pillow. Maybe that would work. Oh my god, he's actually on. He's actually saying you can always borrow my lap and cry your heart out. He's actually offering the same treatment. Suru, I was joking, my man. You don't. I was joking. Okay then. Yes, gotta be there for the homies. Actually being there for the homies, that's my boy Subaru, let's go. Hey, Temmie, what's up? Welcome. Subaru's just giving his bestie the option to you know, get the lap pillow treatment. Gotta lurk today, test tomorrow, so revision. You do that. You do all the revisions you need to do. But welcome to the stream anyway, and thanks for the support. You know I appreciate it more than anything. Welcome to Happy Waifu World. Yes, that's what this is. This is Happy Waifu World. Absolutely. Lap pillow though? May stay to hear this. Yes. Don't you give the you gotta give the homies a lap pillow if they ever need one, right? If they ever need to, you know, if they ever need to cry their heart out, you give your homies a lap pillow. That's just what you do, apparently. Well, there's no need for me to go into detail about it. Alright. My leg muscles for years and the homies. For the homies to ask for lap pillow time. Yes. Yes. If they ever need a lap pillow, you gotta be there. If their crush isn't gonna do it, if your crush isn't gonna give you a lap pillow, then ask the homies. Yes, Salem. But known Salem for a while, and Salem is Melty's brother, as far as I'm aware. So he's our enemy too?
待てよティガー。だけどウォルフの正体は。ああ、スバルの思う通りだよ。サルムがウォルフだ。
Wolf's true identity, get. We already knew that though.
そしてメルティちゃんの兄貴でもある。おいおい、そこまで知ってるのか？
Yes, we do know that.
本当にどんな調査力なんだよ。
Well, you could say we experienced all that stuff firsthand. You had to say you know my mother's name too. Well, we can easily do that. You just tell me your mother's name, then we kill ourselves, replay everything exactly the same, and now we can tell you your mother's name without you telling us. It's genius. Although that would be a very drastic way to solve this.
チャカスな、聞いてて痛々しいんだよ。それよりちゃんと話してくれ。
Yes. Serious conversation. Yes, serious mode.
その通り。メルとサルムは兄弟だ。昔から本当に兄弟仲のいい二人でさ。
So, why is Salem going along with all of this?
メルは何かにつけてサルムを頼るから。子供心に俺は対抗心を持ってたっけ。そんな頃からの付き合いなのか。本当に幼馴染なんだな。
Yeah. And because you're childhood friends, you know that this crush is never gonna work out, because the childhood friend never wins.
ああ、そうさ。幼馴染。俺があの村にファラダールに迷い込んだ日からずっとメルとは一緒だったんだ。
Tiga has a longing look in his eyes. Faradar. That's where Melty said she's from. So Melty, Tiga and Salem left their homeland and are now participating in the royal selection. All by falsely claiming Melty's right to the throne, a right she doesn't even want.
なんでなんだ。
Exactly, childhood friend probably gonna hang her. Really? We're bringing this back to DDLC. Also, first of all, welcome to the stream, by the way. Pain. Pain. Yeah. Didn't have to mention her name. We all knew. We all knew who was meant there. It do be sad. Well, like sad or yes, very sad. Anyway. Yeah, why her? That is the question I've been wondering too. Is it just because she seems like such a nice person and that people would probably vote for her, or is there some deeper reason as to why she was chosen? What's that? Oh crap! Guys, I'm not gonna go ahead and claim that, partially because I'm busy streaming the game. But if someone's actually giving away a free Steam game key, then you better grab that if you're interested. Fun with ragdolls, huh? Guys, you know what to do. And if no one grabs it now, then it's gonna be hidden in the archive for people to find in the future. I mean, it's a Steam key. You can trust Steam keys at least. Steam keys are pretty trustworthy, I'd say. You're not gonna trust Steam? Really? I feel like you can trust Steam out of all the different things. Oh well. Yeah, it's not even a link, exactly. It's just a Steam key. I don't trust anyone but myself. Well, joke's on you. I don't even do that. I don't even trust myself. Because I know that son of a bitch is always out to get me. I trust waffle fries? Okay, then. Tiga smiles faintly as if in agreement. Then, after suddenly turning serious...
メルやサルムは代々特別な力を持つ種族の出身なんだよ。
Okay.
特別な力。それってサルムの包帯の舌と関係あるのか。
包帯の下を見たのか。あ、いや、それはまさか。
Yeah, no, we have. Honestly, Tiga, at this point, you shouldn't even act surprised if we hit you with our knowledge. BRB, alright, see you in a bit then.
あ、そうだよ。包帯の下と関係がある。包帯の下。魔眼の力だ。
Yeah, but what about Melty, though? I voiced the words aloud, then I suddenly get it. The eyes I saw on Salem/Wolf's hands. I know evil eyes can absorb mana from an opponent. A power he was born with, a special ability possessed by his tribe.
待てよ、二人が特別な出身ってことは、まさかメルティちゃんにも同じ力が。
Does she?
いや違う。
Okay.
それよりも得意だ。メルが生まれ持った力はもっと強力なんだ。それがサクラや黒幕の狙いだった。
Huh.
メルの持つ
What does she
魔眼
have?
の力は人たらしと呼ばれている。
Evil Eye of Indoctrination? Oh my god, is that how they're planning to win the royal selection? Just indoctrinating them all to... You know what? Yeah, of course.
人たらし。それってそれって。
It was all an act, of course.
だいたいスバルの想像通りだよ。ただ人にちょっと好かれやすくなる力。それが人たらしって魔眼さ。
I see. I see. So that's why she was chosen, because it makes it easier to win the royal selection. I see.
笑っちゃうだろ。だけどこれが笑い話にできない。人に好かれるってのは確かな力だから。
Is that why Subaru never doubted her in the first place? Not just because she was nice, but also because her evil eye was kind of having a passive effect on him to, you know, want to work with her and not doubt her at all. So it wasn't just that Subaru wasn't suspecting her because she's a nice person. There actually was a deeper connection to it. There actually was a deeper thing hidden in there. And Subaru didn't suspect her because of her powers. Because her powers were passively influencing him to make him not suspect her. And to want to support her. Well, that makes more sense now. Free game and I'll go revise, yeah. Again, do that. Subaru's not that dumb. Well, again though, I could totally see him being like that. Considering how much of a simp he is for Emilia and how similar Emilia and Melty are in their personality, I could totally see him just starting to simp for her because of their similarities. And not questioning her at all because of it. But now we know that was not the case. All I can do is nod along to Tiga's point, indoctrination. What an intense power to make someone like you unconditionally like that. People already have a hard time hurting those they like. Forcing them to be kind and accommodating, regardless of the situation, is truly frightening.
人たらしの条件はメルに触れられること。メルに手を握られでもしたら、それであの子を嫌える人間はいない。
Okay then. Did we shake hands with her at any point in time?
そうか、だから。
Memories resurface in the back of my mind. After Melty had taken my hand and smiled at me, there was an unnatural change. An inability to suspect her. Right as I started my search for the fake, I removed her from my suspect list without question. This was why. And seeing how it even happened to me...
一体どれだけの人間がそ それこそ気象の輝きが本物なのかどうか、それを調べた検査員だって。
ごまかせる。事前に触れておきさえすればな。
Yeah. This is like, that's a seriously impressive power. Like, seriously, imagine. Imagine just having to touch someone and they instantly just show complete favor to you. Like, seriously, just wow. Wow. And even Super wasn't immune to it, and we know he's immune to a bunch of mental attacks. For example, the White Whale's mental attacks didn't affect him at all. Also, whenever the White Whale erases someone from existence, it doesn't affect him at all. Like, he has some serious immunity to a lot of different mental attacks, but even he's not immune to this evil eye of indoctrination. Just goes to show how powerful it is. My mouth hangs open at the thought of such power. Indoctrination is more menacing than the name suggests. It's similar to brainwashing, manipulating one's heart, making others follow you blindly, even having them lie for you.
メルが奴らに重宝される理由もこれで説明がつくだろ。
ああ、とんでもねえ力だ。
人たらしの魔眼はメルたちの種族でも数百年間現れなかった伝説的なものらしい。
So was Tiga affected by it too? But he knows about it, and Subaru knows about it as well. So, once you know about the evil eye of indoctrination, do its effects kind of wear off? Because, is it like one of those kinds of things where once you know what the spell is about, you can kind of subconsciously maneuver around it? Or are they still very much just drawn to her because of the effect of the evil eye? Now that is the question here.
大昔同じ魔眼を宿した先人がいたらしいが、そちらも結構な被害を生んだそうだよ。
Melty's powers, get. Yes, we got Melty's powers, now we can indoctrinate people. Imagine.
一目見ただけで見た人間の呼吸が止まったそうだ。
本当にゾッとしねえな。
I should say it's fortunate that Melty isn't that extreme, but it's still a serious threat.
サクラたちはメルティちゃんを手放さない。その力でサクラをどうにかできないのか？誰も抵抗できない力なら。
それは難しい。まずサクラはメルを警戒している。触れること自体が困難だ。
Interesting. I mean, I get why she would be cautious in that case if she knew about it, yeah, of course.
そもそもメルはサクラに逆らえない。
How so?
逆らえない？
言っただろ？メルは魔眼の持ち主だ。だが魔眼がどこかにあるように見えたか？
Not really.
魔眼って普通に顔の目じゃないのか？いや、でもサルムの場合は両手の手のひらについてたわけだから。
So where are her evil eyes? I'm not familiar with the concept of evil eyes in the first place. Judging from Tiga's explanation, it seems like they appear somewhere else on the body.
そう考えると、メルティちゃんの魔眼はどこにあるのかちっともわからねえな。服の下ならお手上げだけど。
そこまで確かめさせるのはできないな。
Of course not.
メルの魔眼は手にあった。兄貴のサルムと同じ。
Originally? What do you mean originally? You can move them around?
でも今はないよな。メルティちゃんの手だったら俺だってもう何回もこの目で見てる。
She had also touched me, but I never saw anything suspicious. Her hands were smooth and bare.
消された。いや、隠されたんだ。魔眼があると異能の存在を気取られる。それが都合が悪いからって。
Huh. So are they hidden with magic?
隠されたって言っても体の一部だろ？それをどうやって？
お母様だったらしい。サクラの裏にいるお母様には人間の体を作り変える魔
Well, what is it?
もっと異質だ。
Tell me! Tell me, bestie!
メルの体を作り変えたんだ。その結果、メルの手にあった魔眼は隠され、それだけじゃなく。
Oh.
それだけじゃなく
But wait, there's more!
食事ができない体にされた。
That would explain why she didn't... why she always turned down snacks.
は
For the umpteenth time tonight, I gasp in astonishment. This is far beyond anything I ever expected. Her body had been reconstructed to hide her evil eyes. That alone is shocking enough to raise my eyebrows at. And yet...
食事ができないってそれってどういう意味なんだ
言葉のままだよ。メルの喉、食べ物の通り道、そこを塞ぐ形に作り変えられたんだ。
Is that why she can't defy Sakura? Because Sakura is the only person who can make sure that Mel gets nutrients in her body. Because Mel can't eat by herself, Sakura has to do something to make sure that Mel doesn't starve to death. Is that what's going on?
食べ物の通り道って食堂
I'm not great with the structure of the human body, but I studied some anatomy in health class and whatnot. I remember seeing side profiles of the human mouth and throat back in school, part of a mandatory class I had to take.
不思議なもので、喉を塞いでも呼吸するのは困らないらしい。前にさくらに自慢げに教えられたよ。
Well, yeah, because those are two different parts of your throat. Like, one for air, one for food. Like, it splits off. It seems that here healing magic advanced instead of... It seems that here healing magic advanced instead of medicine, so human anatomy isn't common knowledge. The organ that delivers oxygen to the lungs may be connected to the mouth, like the esophagus, but its function is completely different. I know explaining all this won't give him any comfort though, so we'll move on. When I brought Rem's baked goods to the church as a gift, Melty had an unusual reaction. That's because she can't eat in front of people. She can't show it. So she had no choice but to respond like that.
でも飯が食えないならどうしてるんだまさか食事のたびに体を元通りにしてそれが済んだらまたいじられる
そんな手間のかかることはしないさ。ある虫がいてね。
Oh, not the mana wasps. Not the mana wasps. Please don't tell me it's those.
妖魔虫なんて呼ばれてるらしい。
Ah, no. Why and how?
多分お母様とやらが作った生き物だ。その虫がメルの食事係をしてる。虫が体内に溜め込んだマナを針でメルに直接注入するんだよ。
Oof. Yeah, no. Yikes. So, the only reason she can keep living and doesn't starve to death is because she needs to get stung by wasps to not starve to death. That's what you're telling me. What the fuck? Why? Completely far? No, I'm not singing anything. But I know we're completely... No.
あれは地獄だ。俺も同じことをされたことがあるが、とても耐えられるものじゃない。
Just no. Also, yeah, we know the same was done to you. In fact, you were killed by it once. Barks and meals by injection. I'm sure it's something like an intravenous drip, but it's still a terrifying thought. That mass of bugs that killed me in the church, they swarm onto Melty to feed her, poking their stingers all over her body. She goes through that hellish torture every day.
許せねえ
あ、許せない。それをずっと見過ごしてきた。俺自身も。
Well, we gotta work together here.
ティーガ正直何も言ってやれねえよ 分かったような口を叩くにゃ、お前らの経験は過酷すぎるから。
Oh, don't worry, Subaru. It's gonna get a lot harsher for you in the future as well.
何も言わなくていいさ。分かったように言われる方がずっと息苦しい。
そうだ、お前はメルティちゃんのためにそこまで尽くしてる。それも人たらしの。
I mean, I'd imagine they'd have touched each other at least once before, so I'm guessing he's affected to some degree at least.
違う。俺には人たらしの魔眼の効果がない。人たらしの魔眼。
How does it not affect you? How does it not affect you, though?
俺のこれも生まれつきの体質だが、俺の体は他者からの干渉を受け付けない。魔法の強化も弱体化も何もかも。
Oh, so he's completely immune to buffs and debuffs. Okay. So you can't get to him using light magic and dark magic, basically. Got it.
それは肉体と精神両方そうだ。
そういうことか。だからお前エミリアの認識阻害ローブの効果が通用しなかったんだ。
認識阻害ローブ。
Yeah, that
エ
thing,
ミリアが
right.
被ってる白いローブだよ。あれは被ってる人間の素性をごまかす効果があって、初対面の時に。
ああ、俺には普通に見えてたからね。なるほど。それが違和感のきっかけか。
Oh yeah,
スバル
of
は
course.
最初から俺を疑ってた。
Yeah, totally. I always suspected you, of course.
あるかな。けど、お前を疑ったことはあんまない。なんでだろうな。
Probably because you're just so similar to each other.
多分最初からお前とは仲良くなれそうな気がしたんだ。
Yeah. I mean, come on. You gotta trust your bestie.
恥ずかしいやつだな、スバルは。
ほっとけ。しかし、お前のそれってカゴなのか？
Could be one. Is it?
そうだよ。
Of course.
鈍感のカゴってものらしい。かっこ悪いから説明したくないんだが。
Divine protection of insensitivity. Oh my god, you're so insensitive.
鈍感のカゴ。確かにすげえダセえな。
Yeah.
それこそほっとけ。
Hey, you said so yourself,
メルティ
buddy.
ちゃんはそのカゴを。
知らない。メルには伝えてないんだ。
どうしてか聞いてもいいか？
簡単な話だよ。俺に勇気がなくて、そしてメルが人間を死んだからさ。
Maybe that's the reason why your love feels so one-sided right now. Because she thinks you're just with her because you're affected by the evil eye. She doesn't think your feelings for her are genuine. Maybe that is the reason why, as the childhood friend, your love is never gonna work out. You gotta tell her that your feelings are genuine and not affected by her evil eye. Come on.
あの子にはそぐわない。
At least tell her at some point. At least tell her once everything is sorted out and Sakura is fucking dead.
でも、本当のことだ。メルは、自分が触った相手のことしか、魔眼の影響にある相手にしか心を許せない。何が
That's harsh.
そういう風に育ってきたんだから。
That's even more harsh. Tiga almost spits out the words, and I grimace hearing them. I feel like I get it. It's hard to think about what it would be like to live without the abilities you possess now. Especially if you've had them since birth. Well, I wasn't born with it. If I didn't have my return by death ability, would I really understand anything going on? The answer is no, you wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't have come to this tavern for a meal like this with Tiga today.
そろそろ時間だ。これ以上は怪しまれる。
Alright, see you around, buddy. And don't worry, we'll work together on this. Imagine if Sakura, Pandora, Echidna combined into a single person. Yikes! You've got the knowledge of Echidna, the incredible powers of Pandora, And the lovely sadism of Sakura. Yeah, that would not go well for anyone.
これだけは聞かせてくれ。お前たちがさくらに従うのはメルティちゃんを助けたいからだよな。
The thing is, doesn't Echidna despise Pandora's powers? I think Echidna absolutely hates Pandora's powers because of how stupid it is to just be able to rewrite to just be able to rewrite history like that. Adding any of the archbishops because they are idiots. Just wrong, but they're idiots. Yeah, if anything, don't add the archbishops. If anything, the witches are far more powerful. If you want someone with a certain witch factor, get the witches themselves added into the mix, not the archbishops. They're just a bunch of insane idiots with incredible powers.
俺とサルムの目的はそうだ。ウォルフとプーカは正直わからない。
You're treating Wolf and Salem as different people.
もしも俺がメルティちゃんの喉、食堂をなんとかする手段を思いついたら、お前らは俺たちの味方になるか。
Rhaedos was literally invincible and could have killed Suru numerous times, but he didn't. Again, looking forward to eventually finding that stuff out by myself, kind of. Well, you told me a lot, but you didn't tell me how Subaru figured out how to stop his invincibility. All I know is that his pride is literally going to be his downfall. Let me guess. Subaru's gonna also don't answer that, but Subaru's gonna challenge him like, yeah, you couldn't even beat me if you didn't have your stupid powers like that. Because you're just a useless fool without them. And then he's gonna try to fight him without his powers, and then Reinhardt is gonna finish him off. I'm guessing. Something along those lines. Again, don't confirm or deny that.
なんとかできるのか。
Also, we can't do something like that yet, but we'll figure it out.
方法はこれから考える。
そうか。でも、そうだな。もしもそれが叶ったら、俺はお前たちの味方になれる。だけど。
Well, let's go. However, after parting with Tiga, I leave the tavern and look up at the sky. Makes my brain tremble to not do that. Truly, my brain trembles. It's just, I get it. I know you want to talk about it. I know how it feels to want to talk about it, but at the same time, spoiling other people's fun could also, you know. Strange cold wind blows through the night, and Tiga's voice echoes in my head.
だけど、俺たちが味方になれても、メルのことが救えるとは限らない。人質にされたのが自分の命だけなら、メルが奴らの言いなりになるとは考えにくい。メルを救うには、まだ足りないんだ。それがわからない限り。
Something I might have missed in season 1? Ooh, do tell.
俺はきっとお前に剣を向ける。
あと一歩、説得材料が足りない。
Sakura asked for help. Crucius refused. Yes, she can't tell lies because of her divine protection. I know that. She has a divine protection, so she always knows when people are lying to her. I know that. Yes. She asked Rem if he had any connection to Witch's Cult, but yes, of course. She asked if Rem... Yeah, she sees this miasma. I know how the conversation went. She asked Rem if she ever felt that Subaru had any connection to the Witch's Cult. And she said, yeah, no, never felt like he had any connection, when in reality she absolutely did, because of the miasma. So yes. But interesting. Wouldn't have assumed she literally assumed he was a member, but I guess that is the one conclusion you can easily come to. Nope, not getting into this shit. Understandably so, I suppose.
スバル
Oh! Guess who's here? It's Emilia.
スバルくん、お疲れ様でした。
And Best Girl.
ティーガとはちゃんと話せた
I mean, Best Girl and someone wearing a recognition obstructing robe. Don't know who that could possibly be.
エミリアタンなんでここにレムには待っててくれって頼んだけど。
お城の用事が終わって戻ってきたら宿にラムしかいないんだもの。それで話を聞いたらここだって。
I see. Yes, yes, I know. I am very offended that they are translating Emilia-tan as Mealy. I've called it out multiple times that the translation team for this game is apparently... I don't know. The localization just sucks. But yeah, they're calling her Mealy, and I hate it. I hate it from the bottom of my heart. Also, I'm used to calling ground dragons because that's how it got subbed in the anime, but for some reason they're calling them land dragons in this. I don't know why they're calling them land dragons instead of ground dragons, but I guess that's just something I'm not used to because of slight differences, but I guess it's technically the same meaning, but still. It's those minor differences that really tick me off sometimes. But yeah, nicknames just get translated horribly in this. All nicknames in this game, all nicknames are basically just horribly localized. That's one thing I have definitely noticed.
外で待っていたところ、エミリア様が迎えに来てくださったんです。なので、こちらでお待ちしていました。
Very sad about that part. Definitely.
そうだったのか。そりゃ寒空の下で悪かった。二人とも大丈夫か？
Oh, they are very much okay. Just worried, probably.
お城ですごくいろいろ言われたけど、ちゃんと我慢できたから。
前もってクルシュ様や
At least if they said
お
Leah.
話が聞けていてよかったです。
Yeah, because Leah is the nickname Puck gave to her. But Mealy? Why Mealy? Mealy doesn't even make... Like, why specifically Mealy? I don't understand. They don't even have the A in there. I think they... Why drop the first and last letter of their name? I shall never understand why they chose that as the localized nickname.
それで、スバル君の方は。
ああ、ティーガとは話せたよ。いろいろと聞けたこともあるんだけど。
I say that much, then stop myself. I'm not sure how much of what I heard from Tiga I should tell to Emilia and the others. Some of it is hard to believe, and some of it is just Tiga's opinion. Most importantly, the fake candidate has been identified. I don't want to tell them and end up apprehending Melty and her camp right away. It wouldn't feel right to settle things in disregard of their circumstances. But I guess that's nothing short of my own self-indulgence. Yeah, we could totally just say that they're the fake and try to apprehend them, or, much better option here, we could try to help them out.
またスバルの悪い癖。
え？
何でも一人で抱え込んで、それで解決しようって頑張ってる。
I mean, yeah, but he has a good reason to hide this information from you right now.
それじゃあ重さに潰されちゃう。前にも同じことがあったでしょ？
Oh yeah, he does remember. He talked about it with his bestie earlier.
それを。
それともまた膝枕する？
Oh, he definitely wants to do that.
エミリアタン？
Oh, he'd be down. He'd be down for that.
いいえ、それはダメです。今度はレムがスバル君を膝枕したいです。
Oh my god. Subaru, you lucky man. Don't tell me that this doesn't make all the suffering worth it. Come on. Yeah, I will suffer the pain of 1,000 deaths just to have a single moment in your lap, Rem.
レムさん。
ほらね、 もうスバルにはそれはできないの。だから諦めて話した方がいいと思うわ。
Should he though?
エミリアタンには勝てねえな。
All my concerns feel like they've been pulverized by Emilia's smile. Ram's pushing me too. And really, even if I had a solution, I probably won't be able to pull it off alone. So...
分かった。歩きながら聞いてくれ。で、一緒に考えてほしい。
はい、任せてください。それで考えることって
How to save Melty
そうだな。
and our bestie.
みんなが幸せになる方法かな。
それってすごく素敵なことね。
Save your progress? Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
記録してやろう。光栄に思え。
Evil Eye Tribe of Faradar. Loop 5, Day 8.
いい朝ね。
ああ、そうだな。
You don't gotta scoff at me.
朝も早くから姉様爆発って感じだ。
Also translating Nesama as Ram Ram. Of course. That is such a perfect translation, isn't it?
姉様はどんな朝も完璧です。きっと今日の姉様は昨日までのどの姉様と比べしても完璧以上かと。まったく褒めすぎよ、レム。でもそのぐらいの方が心地いいわ。何せ大役を仰せつかっているもの。
Oh, and that duty is... It is...
ラムったらすごいやる気ね。でもすごく心強いわ。
当然です。
What's the plan?
昨日はご一緒できませんでしたから。
Back to teasing Subaru now? Did she ever stop teasing him? I don't think she ever stopped. Even when she was praising him, she can't praise Subaru without throwing a little bit of teasing in there. So, you know. Can't even praise him without teasing him at the same time. That's just how she is. She never stopped and never will, of course.
ロズワール様
Why
の
would
準備
she?
が整い次第、ラムたちは動くつもりです。エミリア様はどうされますか？
私も宿で待っててもいいって言われてるんだけど。
But
一緒に来るの一点張りでな。まったく EMG エミリアタンマジ強引だ。
gotta need that determination.
昨日の夜のこともあるでしょ。
It's a power that will let you return after you die.
私もいた方がいいかもって。ね。
Much like your return by death. Yeah, of course, but you can't talk about return by death, so naturally you gotta rely on determination instead.
そうですね。レムも後ろには目がついて。
Honestly, I can't ever hear the word determination again without thinking about Undertale. It's sad, isn't it? It's sad.
ほらね。だからスバルも頼りにして。
Of course he will rely on you.
俺は
Absolutely
いつだ
will.
ってエミリアタンやレムには助けられてんだが、
Yes, very sad.
それで食い下がるのも野暮って話になるだろうからな。
Again though, what is the
それ
plan?
なら
I have no clue. I have no clue what they're
頼りにして
planning.
もらって大丈夫です。
You know what's funny? Do tell. Do tell. Himia will never know how many times Suru died for her. That is the very sad reality, yes. I will never know how many times she died for Subaru. Imagine if ReZero actually got a happy ending and the curse of Return by Death was lifted and Subaru was actually able to talk about everything. Imagine if that actually happened. Now we already know that ReZero isn't the kind of franchise where you can expect a happy ending, but it's just a little something I think about from time to time. We all know it won't happen, but still. Pandora and Echidna will be the final enemies. Probably. Probably, yes. Pandora seems like definitely the most powerful enemy, and Echidna is just the most intelligent. Which is why it's understandable that those two would be who you'd have to fear the most.
よし、わかったぜ。エミリアタンとレムは俺と一緒。ラムは昨日も言った通り。
And again, is that something I should have known, or are you kind of spoiling stuff about the fact that she stole a body? I thought she couldn't fit her soul into those bodies. I thought her soul didn't. I thought there was a problem with that. Unless, of course, their problem somehow got resolved.
ロズワール様と調整のために動くわ。色良い返事はいただいているけど、場所の都合もあるでしょうから。
たく、本当に頼りになるぜ。それじゃ、よろしく頼む。
Obviously, in the anime too, Ryuzu used Echidna voice acting for some reason. I didn't catch on to that. I guess I'm just an idiot.
え、任せて。
Huh. Interesting. Well, thanks for pointing that out in that case.
はい、頑張りましょう。言われるまでもないわ。じゃあ、出発。
Oh, of course, we have a spirit on our side. So, spirit versus spirit. Puck, you can easily take care of Puka because you're one of the great spirits of the apocalypse. So, defeating Puka shouldn't be a problem for you.
お前が締めるのかよ。
Voice acting, I watched it a few times. Okay then. Interesting. Interesting. So Echidna is out there. I wonder what she's gonna be up to. Again, don't tell me. I'm gonna find out eventually. Probably. On the way back, after talking to Tiga last night, I had told Emilia and Rem about the situation so we could try to find a way to resolve everything. No matter how much we racked our brains, we just didn't have the resources. But that's to be expected. After all, Tiga had been fighting this enemy alone for years. If it were so easy to defeat this enemy, it would put him in an awkward position. Save Satala, but how? Don't see any possible way. Well, Subaru is the kind of person who will see things through to the very end. Like, yeah, he's stupid sometimes, but he's not the kind of person to give up. As Ram so eloquently put it, it is easy to give up, but it doesn't suit you. So, since Subaru promised he would save Satala, I think he's gonna find a way to do it somehow. My death curse, they either need to kill Satala or make her stop it. It's all up to Satala in the end. All up to her. Of course I don't intend to hold back, just so he wouldn't lose face, but I'm putting my life on the line for this fight too. That's why I'll do everything I can, still.
お前が俺たちの手を取ってくれるか。そこに期待してるぜ、マイフレンド。
Satala is insane, that is She is, but she also very much cares for Subaru. She cares about him. That much is true. Like, she doesn't just want him to love her back, more so she's interested in him actually loving himself and looking out for himself. More so than she's interested in him actually returning her love at some point. Yeah, she absolutely does want him to love her. That is a thing. But more so than that, she wants him to look out for himself before anything. Who will not accept losing the people he cares about? Of course not. Why would he? Why would he accept it? It already happened with Rem. And we all know how badly that affected him. Oh my god, we're gonna visit the APA guy. Let's go. Appa guy, Mr. Save Point guy, where are you?
いえ、馴染みのお店があるスバル君はとても
Best waifu, yes.
リンガを片手にとても決まっています。
決まるかな。リンガが小道具って昭和の俳優っぽくない？
昭和よくわからないけど、きっとスバルならそれがよく似合うのね。
Where's the dude? Where is he?
はい、スバル君は昭和の名優です。
通じてないようで通じてる。ねえ、寄り道はここまでじゃい。
Yeah, enough sidetracking. Where's the best
と
waifu?
にかく目的を達する。よし。
But I don't know what it means, but it fits you. Because I don't know anything you say. So if I don't know what something means, naturally it has to fit you. I don't understand you, and I don't understand the thing you said, so naturally that thing fits you.
へい、いらっしゃいってなんだよお前らか。
Where's that, my dude?
お前らかってのはまた随分なご挨拶じゃねえか。こう言っちゃなんだが、この数日間で俺たちはおっちゃんにとってのお得意様ってやつだろ。
Yeah. Better appreciate that.
もっと乗客にサービスしねえと店のリピーターになってもらえねえぞ。
聞いたことのねえ言葉を並べんなよ。ああ、まあ最初の一言は悪かった。やり直させてもらうぜ。
Okay, what are you gonna say now?
へい、いらっしゃい。今日はリンガ100個でいいか？
Just say yes.
いいわけあるか。
すごく仲良しなのね。
はい、まさしく。
Yes.
スバル君は宿場の
100 ARPAs, I'll buy them. We do be friends. We go way back. I mean, come on, this guy was our first save point. And not only was he our first save point, he even came back later. Again. As another save point. This person was a save point on 2 occasions, and one of those occasions was the very first time ever. So naturally, we go way back.
相手の人がそう思ってくれてるか、僕には怪しく見えるけどね。
それでどうした？今日はまた綺麗どころが増えてやがるわ。
Of course we do.
両手に花、そして頭にパックが今日の俺のスタイルだ。ただし遊びに来たわけじゃねえぞ。リンガは買わせてもらう。それとついでに頼みたいことがあるんだ。
And that request is?
もしかしてリンガさえ買えばいくらでも頼み事していいって勘違いしてんじゃねえだろうな。
That is what we think, yes. We'll buy stuff from you and you do what we say. That's how it works, right?
言っとくが俺にも仕事があるんだ。そうそうホイホイと兄ちゃんのやることに付き合っちゃられねえ。
Well, but it's important.
たとえリンガ100個買われてもだ。
そうくるか。
In that case, we'll buy them all.
見てみろ。この新鮮な果物の数々を。こいつらが売られる機会を待ち望んでやがるんだ。俺はそれを裏切れねえ。分かった。
Is that so?
リンガだけ買っていってくれ。俺はこの果物たちを運命の相手に合わせる仕事があるんだ。
Well, we'll buy them all. In that case, you're done working, right?
なんかやたらとこ
Priscilla did that once.
言い方しやがって。
Priscilla bought all of his ARPAs at some point. Of course, she seems like the kind of person who would do that on a whim. But Subaru, sadly I don't think we have the kind of money to do that. But his view is a fair argument. We're bargaining in on his business hours. Trying to get him to do work that isn't his job. However, if we can't borrow his strength, it's a fact that we'll struggle going forward. What exactly could I do?
差し出がましいと思いますが、よろしいでしょうか、ご店主様。
You may not.
のなんだいメイドの嬢ちゃん。こう言っちゃなんだが、この兄ちゃんは無理と無茶で周りを振り回す性格だぜ。
Actually, he's trying to prevent people from living hell. He's making his life a living hell. He's making his own life a living hell. So, you don't quite have it right, buddy.
悪いことは言わねえ。早めに別の主人を見つけた方がいいぞ。
Wow. So, are you volunteering?
親身になったアドバイスをするなよ。なんか心が穴だらけになるだろ。
Sakura? Wow. Shinzo Sasageo.
ご忠告レムがスバル君から離れるなんて絶対にありませんから。
Okay. That's twice. What was the record? I think the record was 7 streams in one stream. Not entirely sure, but... It didn't get me as badly as the first time, but it still got me quite badly.
罪作りな兄ちゃんだな。俺が判事ならこの罪で死罪だぞ。
You'd think that would have woken me up a bit more. Wow.
先ほどのご店主様のお話だと、こちらの果物を売り切る時間がなくなるから、スバル君に協力できないんですよね。
Is Rem gonna take over his job again, like she did in the anime for a short time?
でしたら、お店の営業をお手伝いします。その間、スバル君のお願いを聞いていただけないでしょうか。
嬢ちゃんが
She will.
はい、どうでしょうか。
私からもお願い、店主さん。すごく大事なことなの。私もお手伝いできるなら頑張るから。
That is not necessary. Rem is more than enough to handle everything.
レム、エミリアだ。
やれやれ、見くびられたもんだぜ。お嬢ちゃんたちの気概は買うさ。だがな、商売をなめてもらっちゃ困る。
So?
商業街のこの通りに店を構えて数年。何年もかかってようやく定着した。
If Ram and Emilia sell Abas, you will get insane amounts of sales? Probably. Then again, no one can recognize Emilia, so, you know.
商売ってのは一朝一夕じゃねえ。それを甘く見てもらったら困るんだよ。
After that, a short time passed.
はい、どうもありがとうございます。リンガとオレージュ5個ずつですね。
Wow. Apas and Orages. Of course.
釣りはこれでよしっと。気をつけて持ち帰ってくださいね。
Told you, yeah, it works. It just works. The system
こちらは
works.
終わりました。そちらはいかがですか。
大丈夫みたい。レムってすごいのね。シャカリキに動いててびっくりしちゃった。
エミリア様がお手伝いしてくださったおかげです。とても助かって
How is
し
it
まいま
now?
した。
Which level of help are we talking about? Yeah, she is a maid, of course. But is Emilia helping you in the same way that your sister's helping you? Because your sister's help seems very unhelpful. Remembering what I've seen in the anime. Example, cutting the hedges. With Ram going first and ruining everything, and then Ram following it up and cleaning everything up to look nice. Is it the same level of help you're getting from Emilia right now, or is Emilia actually being more useful here? Ram's useless. Yeah, does your sister even have a purpose, to quote Subaru in that case?
私の方こそ。
いえ、レムはそこまでは。
And she's modest too. She's useless unless she has to tease Barusu. Of course. She's always useful for that. And she can fight a little bit. Clearly not as good as Rem, but at least when it comes to fighting, she doesn't make work harder for everyone around her. When it comes to housework and everything, you can clearly tell that she's just making everything worse. Managed to get Rosewald's Tomb of Wisdom, but she had Puck. She did have Puck, but she was the one who was able to grab the book. Plus her clairvoyance, can't forget about that, her clairvoyance is also pretty useful. So she has a useful ability. And she did fight against the Marbeast in the forest for a while. Until she collapsed because she ran out of mana. She saved Subaru from dying from falling in that same forest. So she has her uses. She's not entirely useless, but yeah, she is just the inferior version of Rem, basically. And naturally, when she had her horn, she was just incredibly powerful. But that didn't last long, sadly. Okay, so stop talking right there. But of course, it's only natural that Ram would be involved in getting Ram's memories back. That is very much natural. Why wouldn't she help in that case? Emilia and Ram start praising each other's work. Well, you knew Ram comes back. Yes, I know. 7 arcs right now, right? There are 7 arcs right now. ReZero is in no way finished, I'm guessing. Or nowhere close to finished, I should say, because I know it's not finished. But it's probably nowhere close to being finished yet either. I think. I hope. I hope the story goes on for a long time. Yeah, far from finished. They're both humble, so they're both trying to give the other the credit. I'm sure everyone has wondered if having a beautiful girl work at a shop would make sales go up. In fact, that's pretty much where the word poster girl comes from, so that in itself isn't too surprising. Subaru knows what's up. I'm nearly overwhelmed by the results. Told you, yep. You're absolutely right. Super right.
戻ってきたのかおっちゃん。いや見せたかったぜあんたにも。次から次へと嫁入りしていく果物をよ。
Seeing him standing in shock, I point out the girl's accomplishment and applaud. Until just before leaving the shop to Emilia and Rem, he will say some pretty big things, but this result must be beyond his imagination. Sorry, buddy, but you were still the one who provided the goods and everything and set everything up, so it's very much still your business. It's just that, you know, Emilia and Rem are better salespeople here. They're better at working the counter. He's not the best waifu after all. Sad. The big sad. Oh my god, concerned about whether this was good enough. Are you serious? Honestly asking if she was helpful, bruh. And yeah, and Rem following it up with, I'm concerned whether this was good enough or not. Like, seriously, are you... Everything is sold out. Everything is sold out and you're questioning whether this was good enough. We sold everything, but I wonder if that's enough. Maybe we should have sold more than everything. Ha. I mean, I guess they're used to Rosewall, but still. They should have sold the boxes, yes, true. The baskets, the boxes. Should have sold the stall itself.
まあ気落ちすんなよおっちゃん。 そんな怖い顔しないでさ。
怖い顔は余計だろうが。待ち人はあっちの路地の奥だ。あんまり待たせて。
Also, Subaru, you want to talk when it comes to scary face. Everyone always calls out how your eyes are so scary, and now you're calling his face scary. Wow. Subaru, really? You should think about what you say before you say it. Also, are we meeting Old Man Rom? Are we meeting Old Man Rom? I think we're meeting Old Man Rom. Shouting this, Pops points to the entrance of an alley a short ways away. It's evident that while we were watching the shop, he did what we requested.
助かった。恩に着るよ。
I think we're meeting Old Man Rom.
大変お世話になりました。主ともども感謝しております。それじゃごめんなさい。いろいろありがとう。
But why are we meeting up with Rom? Again, I see Subaru's plan is progressing smoothly, which is nice, but I don't know what this plan is. Subaru, I would like to be filled in on this plan of yours.
ああ、行ってこい行ってこい。それとそっちの銀髪のお姉ちゃん。
はい。
前にうちの娘が世話になったな。あれ以来迷子にならなくなったよ。
Well, that's good to know. Hope it stays that way.
よかった。
エミリアさん、最後に何か言われてなかった？
Plans to get a threesome with Rem and Emilia. Done, that's all it is. A genius plan.
そうね。言われた。
But what does that have to do with Old Man Rom?
それはすごく嬉しい。
How is Old Man Rom involved in this plan? I'm guessing that's who we're gonna be meeting in this alley.
お、ならいいんだけどさ。さて、それならこっちは。
Well, I have no idea.
スバル君。
Same.
こちらに。
ようやく来よった。
Yep, that's definitely
あ
him.
まり年寄りに時間を無駄遣いさせるでない。
That's definitely him.
おうおう、悪かった悪かった。けど、
Hey, big
ロジン
guy.
族って寿命も長いんじゃないの？ロムジーって今年で何歳なんだ？
Too old.
あいにくと100から先はいちいち数えておらんわい。
Okay, so he's over 100 years old. Okay then.
それでも100までは数えてたんだな。それはそれで結構律儀な気がする。
Huh. I often hear that once humans reach about 30 or 40, they start to lose interest in their age.
その点、ロムジーは真面目だな。
やめやめ。そんなことでおだてられても大して嬉しくもないわい。
Why? Getting any kind of flattery would be something to be happy about. Possibly. Or embarrassed about. That is also a
そ
thing.
れよりも
Or both.
それが多いようじゃな。
先日の王女以来ですね。
そっちの嬢ちゃんとはそうじゃ。
Oh yes, he did still burst into the royal castle, of course.
向こうのエルフ
To
と
try and kidnap Feld. Because you know Feld would never have participated in the royal selection if Rom didn't come in and try to... and almost get executed. That's still a thing that we have to make sure happens every single time. We have to make sure Old Man Rom shows up at the castle to make sure Feld actually decides to start the royal selection process.
お久しぶり。あんまりなんて言ったらいいか。
ああ、そうか。
Also, why did we have to ask the Appa guy to call out Old Man Rom? Couldn't we have just gone to the loot house and met him there? Actually, scratch that. The loot house is entirely destroyed. I forgot about that. How could I forget about Reinhardt's amazing attack that basically destroyed Old Man Rom's home entirely? Forgive me for saying we should go to your home when you don't have one anymore. I recall the first day I was summoned to this other world. In the turmoil around the dragon insignia at the loot house, Emilia and Old Man Rom had met only briefly. Also from Emilia's view, Old Man Rom is a relative of Feld who stole her dragon insignia, so it's a relation somewhat lacking goodwill. Afterwards, Emilia worked to heal Old Man Rom's injuries, but Old Man Rom was unconscious at the time.
複雑な間柄だ。ああ、ロムジー、 エミリアタンだが。
そう心配せんでもフェルトから聞いておる。あの日わしの治療をしてくれたそうじゃな。
That she did. Glad to know you know.
あ、そうなの。あの後頭とか痛くならなかった？大丈夫ならいいんだけど。
なるほどな。どうやらお前さん危機死に勝るお人よしっぷりのようじゃ。
Oh, soft-hearted could be her middle name. Actually, it could be her last name because she doesn't have a last name, as far as we know. Because she introduced herself as, you know, her name being Emilia. Just Emilia. And nothing else.
お人よし？そんな初めて言われた。
自覚ねえんだ。エミリアタンはだいぶお人よしだよ。
That she is. First off, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Emilia's meddling is what started my life in this world.
それもエミリア様のビタ
Wanna know who Emilia's real mother is?
エラ
Yes.
様の教育の賜物ですね。
I mean, we only met Fortuna, who's technically her aunt. But, yeah, she always called her mother, we know that. But technically that's just her aunt, and not her actual mother. So, yeah. The curiosity is still there. What the fuck is the seal in the forest where Emilia was as a child? And why she has the key for that? Yes! Yes, yes, and yes. Now again, I feel like that seal might be connected to the witch. I feel like it might be connected to Satala. Because, remember, in the stories, her flesh could not be destroyed, so she was sealed away. That's what it said. She could not be destroyed, so she was sealed away. And I feel like that seal could very well be connected to Satala. Though I don't know how she's able to appear in the Castle of Dreams, when she's technically sealed away somewhere. Well, her body is sealed. Her body could be sealed away there, but her soul could have somehow managed to disconnect from her body and escape. And that's how she was able to appear in the Castle of Dreams, but I am not sure. Satala's seal is in another place. Okay, Satala is in the same house that we don't know of, and the seal must be really complex. I see. Well, maybe we'll find out eventually what that seal is all about. Or maybe that's just gonna remain a mystery forever. Who knows? Just the fact that she cursed Subaru means she managed to travel across world. Oh, yeah. I mean, basically. Has it been confirmed that Satala is the one who dragged him into this world? I mean, Satala is the one who cursed him with Return by Death. And I think we can all logically assume that that means she's also the one who dragged him into this world, considering how would she choose him particularly to curse like that? I see no other way as well. Honestly, it's the only solution. It's the only way I see. But it's very much possible that they could throw some kind of plot twist at us. Like, oh, it wasn't actually Satala who brought him into this world. It was actually someone else entirely. They could throw a plot twist like that at us because it's never been explicitly confirmed. But it's basically almost confirmed. Like, as you said, I see no other way either. It would be dumb. But let's face it, they could somehow make it work, probably. There would be some kind of way to make it work. Now, I am not an author, so I wouldn't know how to make it work. But I'm not gonna think about it anymore. Because let's face it, it most likely won't happen like that. It is most likely Satala who brought him into this world. But that begs the question. Would she also be able to send him back if he wanted to go back? Or is what she's doing really just a one-way trip? Because if she's able to send people back and forth between worlds, first of all, Subaru could finally see his parents again and tell him that he's doing okay. And that by itself would be amazing. But if she's able to send people back and forth as she pleases, that would be pretty nice. Now we know that she's probably not able to do that right now, otherwise she probably would have used that power a lot more. But maybe once her seal is broken and she's able to use her powers to their full extent, maybe she is actually able to send people back and forth as she wants to. Would certainly be interesting. And would certainly enable the story to have more of a happy ending in the end. Because no matter how happy the happy ending could be, if they do decide to give the story a happy ending, the fact remains that if there's no way to travel back and forth between worlds, then Subaru's parents are forever gonna be sad and searching for him. So, if there's a happy ending, as long as it doesn't involve traveling back and forth between worlds, there's no way it's gonna be a true happy ending. Not for his parents, at least.
その点に関してはお前の育成力には文句がない。
Surrounding a flustered Emilia, we all nod at each other over our shared opinion.
やれやれ。精霊に銀髪のハーフエルフ。あの日の小僧とそこに鬼族の娘まで加えて一体わしに何をさせるつもりじゃ。
That's what I'd like to know. That's what I'd like to know. Subaru, are you finally gonna fill us in on your plan? Or is there gonna be a slight little screen fades to black time skip?
あれレムが鬼族って言ったっけまあ、それはいいか。
Maybe he can just tell. Maybe he can just tell.
実は来てもらった理由なんだが、ロムジーに聞きたいことがあってよ。
But it's interesting that he knew.
老人の知恵袋ってやつ
あんまりいい意味に聞こえんが、お前さんらにはフェルトの居所を教えてもらった借りがある。わしで答えられることならできるだけ力になるとは言っておこう。
Well, ask the question, Subaru. What do you want to ask him?
助かる。それで本題なんだが、ロムジー、ファラダールって名前に聞き覚えは？
ファラダールじゃと？
Oh? Judging by that reaction, I'm guessing it rings a bell?
その反応知ってるの？昨日聞いてみたら。
Wait. Roswell didn't know. Are we being serious right now? Are we sure he wasn't just lying or doing whatever? Because if Roswell doesn't know about it, but Old Man Rom does, that raises a whole bunch of questions.
ロズワール。ああ、メイザースの血族じゃな。なるほど。ジョーちゃんたちはあれの関係者。
ロム様。
いやいい。今のは関係のない話じゃ。それとお前さんらの後ろ盾の貴族が知らんのも無理からぬ話じゃろうよ。
Big chunks of ReZero. Wow. Just look at him. He do be massive. That is a thing, yes. He's taking up more than half of the screen. There are 3 people on the screen and one of them is taking up more than half of it. And he's not even entirely on screen, like his arm is going off screen as well. And his head is going off screen too. He just entirely doesn't fit in the frame. He's too massive. Too massive to be contained by this game window.
ファラダールとはここよりずっと南、隣国のボラキア帝国にある土地じゃ。いや、あったという方が正しい。
It was? Was the town destroyed?
過去形ってことはもうない。
もう何年も前に消えてなくなった。そこで暮らしておった一族もろともに。
Well, we know that at least two people of that tribe are still around.
その一族ってもしかして魔眼とか関係あるか？
知っておるのか？ファラダールの魔眼族。
Evil Eye tribe, get? Yes, we have heard and we've met some people. When Old Man Rom brought up the Evil Eye tribe, I take a big gulp. The evil eye on Salem/Wolf's hand, and the evil eye that Melty has, with the power of indoctrination. I figured it was due to their special bloodline, but to think a whole tribe was known by that name?
魔眼族か。随分 んと懐かしい名前を聞いたね。
Of course, Puck would know about them, or would have heard of them at
パック
least.
も知ってるの？
Well, Puck's been around forever.
ファラダールって場所は知らない
Like
けどね。
seriously, Puck's been around for so
マガン
long.
族なら昔にもいたからさ。体のどこかにマガンって呼ばれる第三の目を持ってる種族なんだよ。それでカゴみたいな特別な力が使えるの。
Yes, so we know that Wolf's evil eye allows him to drain mana by touching people. Basically the same kind of mana drain that Betty can do. Or at least similar to that. But his evil eye is also so powerful that even just being in his proximity is able to drain your mana to a slight degree. Now, naturally, if he touches you, that's when he's able to drain your mana basically completely in an instant. But even just being close to him allows him to be able to slowly drain your mana to some degree. Which is why you might feel a little bit sluggish or tired when he uses his powers. Which is how he was able to basically make an entire area just be empty, because he was just exerting his power, meaning people in that area would have been feeling sluggish and tired, moving on to somewhere else where that effect would slowly wear off. And people would naturally want to avoid that area. Which is how he was able to isolate an area to just fight us without getting bystanders involved.
加護のような力。それはシリオの風よけの加護のように種族全体が与えられた加護ではなく。
There, you see, they're calling them land dragons instead of ground dragons, as I said. They're calling them land dragons. I don't... just not used to that. And I will always call them ground dragons.
それに近いとは思うけど、発現するマガンの力はランダムらしくて、そこが治療との一番の違いかな。
その精霊の言う通りじゃ。中でもハラダールのマガン族は特に強い力を発現しやすい連中でな。
I wonder what kind of different evil eyes there were. Like, we know that there's the mana draining one, and we know there's the Eye of Indoctrination. The question is, which other ones existed? Just out of curiosity.
アジン戦争の折にもその力を当てにされたもんじゃった。
アジン戦争ってルグニカで昔あった大きな内戦よね。
Fighting for demi-human rights, I'm guessing?
ムジーも内戦の経験者なのか。
まあ、わしは臆病もんじゃからな。後ろこそこそと逃げ回る。
Someone like you trying to avoid the fight, huh? Wow. Okay, then. It might have been for their safety.
しかし、ファラダールとはな。小僧、なぜそんな名前を口にした？
Yeah, we know some people from there.
信じてもらえるか怪しいけど、マガン族って種族の存在は知らなかった。ただ、アジン関係の話を聞ける相手ってのがロムジー以外に思いつかなかっただけだよ。ロムジーはオート暮らしも長そうだし、果物屋のおっちゃんとの縁もあったから顔が広いんじゃないかと思ってさ。
Reasonable assumption. But I still need more info on your plan, Subaru. I still don't know what you're planning.
そしたら、
Other than gathering information, of course.
ね。
Gathering information is of course key, but what else is your plan? Because Subaru never plans to treat his lives as, you know, throwaway lives. Even if he tries to gather information, he also at the same time tries to set up a plan that could potentially get him through this situation. Always. Well, almost always. During the Sanctuary arc, he actually was at one point fully convinced that he's gonna die and he just wants to check out the mansion to see what's up. Which is why he left a note for Emilia and said that even if this world is gonna reset, that he still doesn't want her to be sad. I think that was the only time he knowingly and willingly treated a life as a throwaway life. Other than that, he always tries to come up with at least some kind of plan that could work out, even if it's not the best. Dying sucks a lot. Yes. That much he has said on multiple occasions. What was that? I wish people who say I'd rather die would actually die before saying that.
そんな景気のいい話じゃなかったけどな。
そうよね。そのファラダールって場所はもう誰もいなくなっちゃったんでしょ？
こう言ってはなんですが、絶対数の少ない種族というものは様々な理由で存亡の危機を迎えるものです。鬼族だってレムと姉様がいた村は滅ぼされ、他の鬼族が生き残っているのかどうか。
When Rem died? Okay, yeah, in that case, I guess. He chose to die, but he chose to die not because he was treating his life as a throwaway life, but because he knew that this... Basically, people close to him dying, to him counts the same as him dying already, so he was just trying to end it. But, you know, as long as people around him aren't dying, he comes up with a plan. Once people around him do actually die, then he knows that his life is already basically forfeit. And he tries to gain at least a little bit more intel usually, and then just dies. But yeah. This applies in very rare cases, I guess.
そんな風に言わないの。それを言ったらハーフエルフだって。
エミリアタン、エミリアタン。絶滅危惧種争いが目的じゃないから。
Wow. Emilia is an endangered species, everyone. Time to make sure that's no longer the case. It's time to breed. Ah, yikes.
仮に、そう、仮の話じゃが、もしもファラダールの話に続く
Oh, we would very much be interested.
お前さんは興味があるか
Please share all the info you have.
ファラダールの続き？おいおい、それってどういう意味だよ。
How did that village get destroyed? Maybe you can tell us about that.
あくまで噂に過ぎんがな。ファラダールが滅ぼされたのは事実じゃが。
Yeah, we know at least 2 people are still alive. At least 2 of them. There might be more than 2, but at least 2 of them are still alive.
マガン族はどこぞへ連れ去られ、その身に宿したマガンの力を利用されておると、そんな話があったんじゃよ。
To me, that sounds exactly like Melty and company. The Evil Eye tribe taken from their homeland being used, like Melty and Salom, who are being used by Sakura and the so-called mother.
その連れ去られた人たちってどれぐらいいたの？
言ったじゃろう、噂じゃと。じゃが、マガン族の異能は貴重な代物よ。それを余さず回収するなら、ファラダールにあったマガン族の集落、その規模なら
There could be 100? Also, by the way, I'm guessing that the Evil Eye tribe and powers like the Evil Eyes are something that's not come up in the source material at all. That's completely new content to this game. I'm guessing that that's the case. Otherwise, I'm sure you would have told me already.
100人。
Emilia makes a pained face, but my response had a different meaning. It's true that this is a cruel and bitter story, but
100人も連れ去られてる。だとしたら。
there might be more than Salem and Melty. Sudden thought races around my mind. In this moment, I found the puzzle piece I was missing. Last night, Tiga said that he and Salem obey Sakura to keep Melty alive. But I didn't know the reason why Melty would continue to obey them. Didn't make sense for her to be Sakura's hostage. Unless Sakura and or this mother also had evil eyes. In that case, the 100 people from her homeland, what if they have 100 people from the Evil Eye tribe as hostages? That? If so, many of her people were at stake. Even Melty couldn't do anything rash. Is that the answer?
確認したい。俺の貸しはどこまで無理が言える？
その前置きをされると思わず撤回したくなるの。
Come on, help a buddy out, Rom. It's time. Imagine if Ram never died in the main road. That would be so nice. It would have been so much easier. It would have been so much easier, definitely. She's a strong fighter, she has full trust in Subaru, she would protect him at any cost. She's relatively smart. Like, seriously, it's just... it would have been so much easier. Yeah, she would have been happy. Well, then again, at this point, he has only defeated one of these Archbishops. Which reminds me, actually, about the Witch's Cult. The only time we've seen people who are not Archbishops were the ones accompanying Betelgeuse. Other than that, other than the ones accompanying Betelgeuse, we've never seen a single Witch's Cultist who wasn't an Archbishop. Do the other Archbishops just not like having underlings? Well, I mean, I know Regulus likes having wives, but still. Again, if it's a spoiler, you don't have to answer that, but I feel like they just don't like having underlings. Could have held her ground against Garf. Yeah. Yeah, she probably could have. I mean, Ram was able to do it, and she's not nearly as talented of a fighter as Rem. The Archbishop is one of the greatest achievements. Understandably so. Plus, I mean, he got the witch factor. Oh my god, is Subaru gonna go around collecting all the different witch factors over time? Because we know he has the witch factor of Sloth, but is he gonna get all of them eventually? I could imagine him being incredibly powerful later on in that case. Huh. And again, I feel like his return by death ability might potentially be the witch factor of Envy. I mean, considering he got his he got cursed by the Witch of Envy, I feel like that might be the Envy witch factor. I think. So he might already have two by that meaning. He might already have 2 out of 7 different witch factors. He might get more. I'm curious to see that. There's no way he won't get more, because that... Yeah, if he's the one killing them, then naturally the witch factor would likely choose him as its new host. That's what happened with Betelgeuse, that will probably happen for the other ones. Hang on a second, need to check something. God damn it. Get over here. Okay. Also... if his gate was repaired... Beatrice... Yeah, he learned from Beatrice that you can use shadow magic offensively, which is interesting. But sadly his gate broke, so... His gate completely shattered. So I'm not sure if there's any way to fix it now. And I really don't think so. But honestly, with Beatrice he could probably he could probably really power up. Now, since his gate completely shattered, he has to rely on witch factors because using his gate to use magic is no longer a viable option. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a way to repair his gate after all. Though I highly doubt it, knowing what I know now. With my current knowledge of the ReZero world, I feel like once the gate shatters completely, there's no way to fix it again. Apparently transport things into an isolated space across some space. Yeah, it was pretty insane, and now those rabbits will forever be forced to eat each other. It might make him OP, yes. Isn't shadow magic also able to completely... Like, isn't Shamak, the different layers of Shamak? I think, because there's always the Al, El, and Ul different versions of stuff. I think the highest level of Shamak just... I think the lowest one just negates your sight and senses and stuff. And I think there's one tier that just removes basically your sense... Just removes your soul from your body. I think the highest state of Shamak just completely wipes someone from existence. Not to the degree of the White Whale, I think you would still know of their existence. But they'd just be completely erased. They themselves would be erased, not knowledge of them, but they themselves. That's the highest grade of Shamak, if I'm not mistaken, so yeah. So what Park's Shamak did to Subaru, it was enough to make one useless. Yeah, and that was just base Shamak. That wasn't even the higher tier Shamak. That's just a base Shamak spell, without an Ul Shamak or Al Shamak or stuff like that. No idea how it would ever defeat Pandora. Yeah, she can basically rewrite history, so she can do whatever she wants. Honestly, it would have been nice to see him learn how to use his magic a little bit more, but seeing him gaining the witch factor seems even more interesting. Pandora must have a limit. I'm sure there must be some kind of limit. The question is where that limit is. Must have a weakness. Yeah, there's always some kind of weakness to people. For example, a Fiddle uses Unseen Hand, quite simple. If you can see the Unseen Hand, then you're basically have a hard counter. As you said, Regulus, he seemed invincible and he had some kind of weakness. There's always some kind of loophole to their powers. That's the question. The question is how to figure out the weak point.
でも、スバル君は本気です。その証拠にとても素敵な笑顔ですから。
生き生きしてるのは確かだね。
Kind of every Archbishop had a weakness, yeah, I would imagine so.
オレオレ詐欺の犯人ってこんな感じかな。
それこそ人聞きが悪いだろう。チャチャを入れんなチャチャを。
Okay, now let's hear it, Subaru. What do you want him to do?
ともかく結構無茶な話をさせてもらう。
Subaru's filled with determination. That he is. Time for an unreasonable favor.
言うだけ言ってみ。聞くだけ聞いてやるわい。
His heart does not give up, yes, but it refused.
さっきの噂話、本当なのかどうか確かめてほしい。
ハラダールのその後か。
You think you can do that within the limited time you have? Really?
ついでに言えば、生き残りがいるならそれがどこに連れ去られたか、そこまでわかると最高だ。
ずいぶんと無茶を言いよる。わしにそこまでできると思うのか？
I'm sure you have some connections. I mean, as the owner of the loot house, you're basically in charge of a bunch of stolen stuff, so you must have a whole bunch of shady connections as well.
正直、そこはわからねえが。
I mean, you have to buy and sell that stuff from some people, and to some people, so... Time to use your connections, old man Rom.
できると思います。レム、急にどうしたの？いえ、エミリア様。レムも確信が持てなかったのですが。
Oh?
思い出しました。
Oh?
ロム様は以前、レムと姉様の村にも。
Oh, that's how he knew of them.
村長様と話されていましたね。
That's how he knew that she was a demon. Interesting.
やはりあの時の娘っ子か。あの後の話は聞いた。お前さんたちは？
レムと姉様は無事です。レムにはそれで十分ですので。そしてロム様はあの隠れ里へ足を運べるくらい顔の広い方と存じます。
See, he has the connections.
それでしたら。
わかったわかった。それ以上もう言わずともよいわ。
それならやってくれるの？
Let's hope so.
それを返すのはわしらの流儀。
古い友人と関係のある娘もおるしな。
Let's go! We got Old Man Rom on our side again.
そう言ってくれると助かる。いやマジで恩に着るぜ。
まだ結果が出たわけではないぞ。わしとて久しぶりにつてをたどる必要がある。
Yes.
まったく面倒事じゃおい。
We got some tough help here.
まあそう言うなよ。案外これもフェルトのために役立つかもしれないんだぜ。
We're talking about eliminating the fake candidate, you know?
ね、エミリアタン。
そうね。だから頑張りましょう。みんなが幸せになるために。
Okay, let's get to work. After entrusting Old Man Rom with the big job, we visited the fruit stand to thank the shopkeeper, then headed to our next destination. That destination was... drumroll please. Oh my god, it's Rosewall. Hey Rosewall, hello, totally not evil mastermind scheming stuff behind the scenes. How are you doing?
ああ、ぼちぼちうまくいった。ロズッチの方こそその顔見ると。
もちろん役目は果たしたと思う。友人にも手伝ってもらってね。
Oh.
手伝ったとは控えめな表現だ。ほとんど全てを手配したのは私のはずだが。
Who's this friend? Only one I can think of, Russell Fellow? Hey, got it! I got it! Nice.
おやおや、これは手厳しい。おっと、紹介が遅れてしまったね。彼は私の古い友人の。
Russell Fellow, we know him.
おや。
We know of him.
スバルも知ってる人なの？
Of course, yeah, naturally.
ほら、あれだよ、有名人だから。
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yes. I blotted out because of the unexpected reunion, but that was a mistake. I haven't met him yet in this loop.
まさか私のようなものの顔をご存知とは大変光栄ですよ、夏木スバル殿。
ラッセル様もスバル君をご存知なんですね。
That he is not. We have met him, but he hasn't met us.
無論です。王都で商う者に
But he has heard of us.
王城で話されていることは注目の的。それは関係者も例外ではない。ましてや夏木殿は主不在の間も王選候補者との折衝を続けてこの盤上の構築に尽力されたと聞きます。
That we did. We're kind of a genius.
エミリア様と合わせ
Not to brag or
今
anything.
王都で最も注目すべき人材ですよ。
そんな高評価もらってんの？言っとくけど、そこまで大人物じゃ。
Oh, some big shot, you say? Next room is gonna be Deltarune again, so you know that's gonna come up again. Don't you wanna be a big shot?
いえ、当然の評価です。レムはとても鼻が高いですよ。
私もすごく納得。スバル頑張ってくれてたもんね。
そりゃ頑張ってはいたけども。
And to think this is all before he took out as an Archbishop and three great Marvists. And he's already getting all this praise.
と、そんなスバル君びいきのラッセルがいたおかげで調整は無事に済んだわけ。いやいや、持つべきは有能な友人と将来有望な使用人の子だね。
Any man at half price.
私は
Yes.
王都の商人組合の代表の立場でして、いろいろと細々した問題の
All you need is hyperlink blocked.
そこを悪い魔法使いに目をつけられまして。
Maybe that's Subaru's plan. Maybe he's trying to get hyperlink blocked.
皆様もどうぞ長く付き合うつもりなら、悪い魔法使いの言行には要注意を。時には上から強く叩いた方がいい。
An evil magician?
その言葉ちゃ んと覚えておく。
You mean one like Rosewall?
なんと威勢のいい返事。悪い魔法使
Yep.
いとしては戦々恐々ですね。
Very evil. We know you are.
悪い魔法使い？ロズワールのこと？
That's...
どうして？
Don't worry about it, Emilia. That gets revealed later on. Don't worry about it for now.
おっと。
これは EMT。ロズワール選手の意表をきれいにつきましたね。
ロズワールは割と偽悪的だからね。
Oh, he is.
案外素直な反応に弱いんじゃないかな。
Oh, he is a bad guy.
やれやれ。こうなっては型なしだ。ささ、長話もなんですから、そろそろ本題へと入りましょう。
うまく逃げたものだ。とはいえ、ロズワールの言葉も確かです。すでに皆
Who is
さん
everyone?
の中でお持ちですので。
ああ、それにしても本当にありがとうございます、ラッセルさん。
Who is everyone?
すげえ大変だったでしょう。
Don't tell me it's the Iron Fang. I mean, if we're talking about people who could help us, then the Iron Fang would definitely be competent. But again, I wouldn't even know if we need a group of capable fighters, considering we have no idea what Subaru's plan is yet.
いえいえ、大丈夫ですよ。もちろん、こちらとしても相応の見返りがあると期待しての投資です。
Yes, yes, you get your stuff.
どうぞ今後の応戦でご活躍ください。エミリア様、それに夏希殿も。
頑張ります。
Although I did meet him through Rosewall, I feel like I owe a debt to someone really high up. Well, if worse comes to worse, I'll just shove it all onto Rosewall. Of course.
緊張してきた。
もう、なんでスバルが緊張するのよ。
いやー、そりゃそうなんだけど、我ながら大胆なことしたなって。
Oh.
そこがスバルくんの素敵なところです。
So what did we do?
そうかな。
ほら、もう開けるわよ。せーの。
あー、ちょ待って、心の準備が。
Too late.
お、ようやく来やがった。ずいぶんとゆっくりやったやないの。カララギアと
We're meeting the other royal candidates?
言葉があるんやよ。貴様ららしいものいいよな。
Why are we meeting up with the other royal candidates?
いっそ感心する。
Also, I recognize the voice of a bitch if I hear one, and that is definitely Priscilla.
そこまでにしてもらおう。当家に招き
So we're definitely meeting all of them. I'm guessing we're meeting all of them except for Melty?
戦いは見過ごせない。
これは。
This is it, the royal candidates are here. She's a dog. Yes, a massive female dog. Horrible. Horrible person. I have to admit that, but she said... Yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason why L is following her. At least why he says he's following her. Because he just thinks she's attractive. He just says that's his reason. Which, okay, good reason, but still. Okay, let's see where this goes.
いっそ壮観だな。
ほんとね、みんな勢ぞろい。
スバルくんの人徳ですね。
So lustful of him.
何もかも
Hey,
俺の
but
責任にする
again,
のはやめてくれ。
it is a decent enough reasoning, but I would never be able to to take the kind of punishment he has to take for, you know, being her knight. Or as she puts it, her jester. Jester. Because he's... yeah. She never acknowledges him. Also charm, really. I mean, Rem sees a lot of charm in Subaru, but that's about it.
ちょっとちょっとちょっと。ギスギスってひどすぎにゃい？誰のせいだと思ってるわけ？
言わせておきたまえよ、ベリセ。どうやら彼には自覚がないらしい。
Oh, the knights are all here, I'm guessing? Yup.
自覚ってあれか?
It's the boys!
なんかすげえやべえことやらかしたってそういう自覚の話。
When he's in the mood, he has to... wow. Is Reinhardt also gonna be here?
すごいこと
Yes!
に
The
は間違い
boys!
ないだろうね。まさか
The boys are all
世
here.
界からの呼び出し以外でこうして全員が一堂に会するなんて。
Hanging out with the boys, let's go. Oh, right, that's a big difference. That's a big difference to the anime. Subaru no one ever told Subaru that that Felix is a boy. Nobody ever told him that Felix is a boy. Subaru at this point still thinks Felix is a girl, despite this being loop number 5 already. Pain. Subaru is blissfully unaware at this point. But yeah, just hang out with the boys right now.
もういて当然だけど、こっちはこっちですげえ絵面だな。
4 royal candidates and their 4 knights, such a lineup makes for a powerful picture.
違いますよ、スバル君。王戦候補者の方は5人、そしてお付きの騎士も5人です。
俺は騎士志望ってとこだが、確かにそうだな。忘れちゃいけねえ。
Yep, they don't get along. He still very much hates him. Maybe not to the degree he hated him at this point in the anime. I think Subaru hates Julius to the degree he hated him to, I think... You know when there were... I think it was at the point where they hadn't really made up yet, but they were still capable of working together. That's the kind of point they're at. So Subaru still hates him. Subaru hates him, but he doesn't mind working with him. Because Subaru never got beaten up by Julius. But he still doesn't like Julius because of the whole, you know, kissing Emilia's hand thing. So it's not as bad as it was in the anime at this point, because, again, the whole embarrassing thing in the royal selection didn't happen. He still doesn't like him, but it's not as bad as it could be. Yeah. With Ram's encouragement pushing my back, I take a step forward. Instantly, all the gazes in the room gather on me.
大丈夫？よかったら私から話すけど。
ただその場合、リアの話はあちこちに飛ぶから覚悟しておいた方がいいよ。
Nah, Subaru can handle it. Come on, dude. Honestly, this feels like... Wow, slip up here. This honestly feels like the kind of scenario where Subaru is gonna win. For some reason, this build-up and everything feels like this is the timeline where he's gonna make it through. Right? Doesn't it just feel like it? Yes, I know, Melee, it's horrible. But this honestly feels like he's on the perfect path right now. At the very least, this game wasn't afraid to create new save points, so at the very least, even if Subaru is gonna die again, I feel like we're gonna have a new save point. I feel like that's gonna be the case. I fumbled my words. The build-up failed the first time Julius helped Subaru defeat Betelgeuse. Yeah. Which again didn't happen yet, sadly. Also, normally I'd stream for around 3 hours, which we're basically very close to, but now that I have more free time than I used to, and I really have some other stuff I want to get into soon, I feel like I might keep streaming for a little bit longer to make a little bit more progress in the story than I would normally. Yeah, I know. In a corner of the room I catch a glimpse of Ram, Roswell, Russell and the others already set to watch, and I clear my throat loudly.
ポンコツのくだらぬ前工場に用はないぞ。わらわの貴重な時間を割くのじゃ。身のある話がないなら引き上げるまで。
You should already be aware. The fact that all royal candidates, except for one, are gathered here, might give you an idea of what this meeting is about. That being the fact that I've weeded out the traitor. Or, well, not traitor, but the imposter.
事項の挨拶一つでやいやい言うなよ。とにかく集まってくれてありがとう。いきなりだったのに本当に助かる。
王戦に関わる重大事とのことだ。これまでの K の動きを考えれば無視する方がよほど問題があるだろう。
Well,
そうそう、スバルくんとレムちゃんが王戦候補者を狙う不審者を見つけたりね。
yes, we did find the one targeting the royal candidates. Yes, we did point that out to everyone.
はい。そう、俺もいたから。俺も。
Yep, that is also true. That was an amazing team up. Teaming up with L, seeing him fight alongside us to beat up the masked individual who was attacking royal candidates. It was amazing. And L certainly knows how to fight despite having only one arm.
はいはい。後でフェリちゃんが直々にねぎらってあげる。肩こりとかポンと消しちゃうから。
あ、それ地味にすげえ助かる。
Yes. It would be.
それに、夏希くんのおかげでうちの紹介も新しい事業開拓ができた。
That is also true. We introduced the concept of a lottery in this world. So yeah. Does he know how to fight? I mean, he's decent. Hey. He actually saved Rem. He saved Rem's life, okay? During our fight with the masked individual. So we are definitely in his debt. Otherwise, that would have been another reset. Yep, Subaru introduced this world. Introduced the concept of lottery to this world. That is a thing. Hey. Sometimes you need to do something like that. And now the Hoshin company has a new business venture thanks to Subaru.
ちゃんとユリウスから証文と昨日の話は聞いてるから安心してな。
てっきり今日はその話だと思ったのだが、顔ぶれを見るにそれだけではないらしい。一体どんな話を聞かせてくれるのか、楽しみやら恐ろしいやら。
So they wow, you can see my expression change. How horrible. It's almost like that is intentional. That you can see what I express. That you can see me blink and smile and stuff like that. But we're not here to talk about me, we're here to talk about ReZero. Hehehehe.
私はまあ昨日の話の続きだろ。
The smile. Now people have told me that the smile is apparently creepy. People have told me that my smile comes across as creepy sometimes. Which I guess fair is fair. If people want to assume that, then... If people say that my smile comes across as creepy, then that's just them. Or maybe it is my smile. Maybe it is. Why should I smile? The intense blinking certainly doesn't help. Smiling. Very hard for me to do. My eyebrows. Moving eyebrows, very important. I have control over my face. I know, unbelievable. Who in this world has control over their own face? Wouldn't believe it. 2 pics on Discord? Oh, damn.
と、僕も事情は把握したくてね。フェルト様は昨日の話をしてくれないんだ。
それも含めてちゃんと話すわ。とはいえ、いろいろ言ってもらった論考交渉は後回しってことにさせてくれ。まあ、 今のアルの自己主張の激しかった案件とは無関係じゃねえんだが。
It's related to the masked individual.
春の話と無縁ではないとな。おおよそ想像はつくがな。
Yes, that is the fact. I can't believe that out of all people it was Priscilla who noticed it. I can't believe out of all people it had to be Priscilla. Had to be Priscilla who is calling it out. When Priscilla flat out says this, the air in the room instantly goes tense.
空気悪くする天才だな。
欺瞞を並べ立てるなよ、ボング。当然この場にいた者は全員が同じことに気づいていた。
Yeah, but you didn't have to come out and say it.
あとはそれを口にするか否かのみ。目の前の事実に蓋をしてヘラヘラと上辺の言葉を交わすのが望みか。
Well, there's more to it.
ならば、わらわはこの場に用はない。傷の舐め合いなら貴様らだけでせよ。
姫さん、姫さん、言い過ぎだって。別に兄弟だってそれぐらい分かってるよ。
Possibly.
ただ乗り気じゃねえ話もあるってだけ。それだってしょうがねえ話だ。兄弟はあの子と仲良くしてたっぽいしよ。
That is also a thing, yes.
敵を相手に悠長なことを言う。相手の立場の真偽にかかわらず、王選候補者は全員敵であろうが。
I mean, if you want to look at it like that, yes, all royal candidates are your enemy because you're a bitch. But other than that, they can get along with each other just fine, just not with you. Yes, for you, every other royal candidate is an enemy, and to every other royal candidate, you might very well be an enemy. But other than that, cooperation is a thing that they can do, and they will do, and they have done.
でも、それならどうしてプリシラは今日ここに来てくれたの？
Because it seemed interesting.
周りみんなが敵だって言うなら、ここに来るのもすごく危ないでしょ？それなのにプリシラは来た。
No, it's not dangerous because this world exists in a way that works only for her, and the only thing she can control is whether or not it's fun. Right? That's her argument.
それはきっと私たちを信じて期待してくれてたからじゃないの？ハンマ風情の妄言はわらわの高貴な耳にはひどく尺に触るな。
Here we go. Subaru, don't, just don't. Yet again, Priscilla calls Emilia half-devil, and I'm about to snap at her. But before I can...
撤回すべきだな、プリシラバーリー。この場でそれは賢明ではないぞ。
Cruz gives Priscilla a sharp glare, admonishing her abusive words. But it wasn't just Cruz.
あかんねえ姫さん。エミリアさんに痛いとこ疲れて、それで不機嫌なんて大人げない。
Oh, let's go. Everyone's coming in.
私はどっちって話でもねえけど、こっちの姉ちゃんには借りがある。だから、私もこっち寄りだぜ。
Look at that. Looks like everyone's against Priscilla.
図に乗るでない。徒党を組めばわらわがおじるとでも？だとしたら、それは大きな間違いじゃぞ。
See, that's what I mean. Like, all the other royal candidates could be valid rulers, potentially, because they are not against working together. Whereas when it comes to her, just no. Just no. Like, seriously, no. Who in their right mind would vote for her? I don't understand why people would even try to vote for her out of all people. Unless you legit want to make your life hell.
姫さん、やめようぜ。さっきより状況悪くしてんなよ。俺肩身が狭えから。
Also poor Al. As Priscilla becomes more displeased, Al desperately tries to stop her with his own body. I'm sure if Al puts himself on the line, even Priscilla would settle down.
やかましいぞ、アル。その不細工な首、落とされたいか？
あるでもダメか。仕方ない。 尊い犠牲だった。
そりゃ冷たすぎるぜ兄弟。
Is it? Is it? I mean, it's your choice for choosing to work for her out of all
あ
people.
る殿の首は僕が切り離させないよ。プリシラ様、どうぞ席へお戻りください。
Well, let's face it, Priscilla might have some degree of power, but she would not stand a chance against Reinhardt for even a second.
きっとこの場へ足を運んだ分、価値ある話が聞けるはずですよ。
剣聖が大口を叩く。よかろう。その口車に乗ってやる。
おお、あるでも無理だったのに。
Yeah, well, of course Reinhardt can pull it off. I mean, who would dare stand against him other than, you know, regulars, I guess.
この後はスバルに託したよ。ぜひプリシラ様を納得させてほしい。
さりげにハードル上げといてかよ。
Okay then. I scratch my head at Reinhardt's words. His words didn't mean any harm. I take a long breath. Then...
スバルなら大丈夫。ちゃんと隣で見ててあげるから。
Isn't that just more pressure?
やれやれ。そしたら、かっこ悪いところは見せられねえな。
Okay, Subaru. Begin. I turn her encouragement into strength and start speaking about the 6th royal candidate who isn't present here. A heavy silence coldly falls over the room. After hearing the story, everyone's face looks uneasy. Even those who haven't gone pale have pained expressions on their faces. The expressions range from pity to compassion, disgust to indignation, but no one is happy about it. When Emilia says this aloud, I can tell there's no doubt that everyone is in agreement.
そんなことが可能なのか？
じっくりと時間をかけて少しずつ骨格を変形させていくとか、そういうことなら不可能じゃないと思います。
Well, and if Ferris says it is possible, then it must be possible.
でも今のスバルキュンの話だと、メルティ様のお体に起きてることってそういう次元の話じゃなくて。
魔眼族の第三の目を隠し、食事の通り道である喉を塞いでしまう。それは魔法でどうなるという話ではない。全く新しい生き物として作り変えられたというのが適切だ。
Yikes.
新しいもんにね。けどそれってあれなんじゃねえのか？猫耳の魔法でどうにかなんねえの
？Huh?
そうやね。フェリスさんの治癒魔法、それが王国最高峰なは有名な話なんやし、他の誰に出ても。
So, could you do this over time, as you stated before?
フェリスの治癒魔法ならいける？それどうなんだ、フェリス。
I and everyone else turn to Ferris, but despite our expectant gazes, Ferris shakes yeah, his head. Wait, Subaru? Ferris shakes his head. This is supposed to be Subaru's internal monologue, right? Not just the game text. But I'm pretty sure Subaru doesn't know at this point. I am thoroughly confused whether or not the game is aware that this is supposed to be Subaru's internal monologue or thinks this is just a basic description. Huh.
期待してくれるのは嬉しいけど、ちょっと難しいと思う。ちゃんと見てみなきゃではあるけど、もしもフェリちゃんの思った通りなら、思った通りだとしたらどうなりますか？
It would be impossible.
多分治癒魔法は効果がないと思う。スバルキュン、確認なんだけど。
ああ、何でも聞いてくれ。
ティーガキュンの話だと、メルティ様がそういう体にされたのって、
Yes.
何年も前のことなんでしょ？
Yes, I
確
think.
実なことは言えないけど、あの口ぶりからするとそうだ。
これは例えばなんだけど、アルキュンが腕をなくしたのっていつ？
アルキュンってなかなか新鮮な響きだな。
Wow. Oh, so if wounds are already pretty old, like since he lost his arm probably forever ago, there's no way to recover it now. It only works if the wounds are somewhat relatively fresh. The fresher the wounds, the easier it is to recover, I'm guessing.
ハル、答えてやれ。
いいえい。この腕はなくして10年ちょいだな。もうすっかり慣れちまったけど。
このアルキュンの亡くなった腕ってフェリちゃんの治癒魔法でも治せないんだよ。今さらなくした腕が生えたりしないの。
Because it's been too long. And you think that's the same for Melty in that case, huh?
なんでかっていうと、もう体がそれで覚えちゃってるんだよね。この体は片腕がないのが自然だって。
So healing magic brings the body to its natural state, and once the natural state of the body is adapted to something new, then that would be the new go-to for healing. Okay, makes sense.
だからメルティの体も魔眼が隠れてたり食道が塞がってるのが自然になっちゃってる
って思うんです、だから治癒魔法をかけたとしても今より良くなったりしないかなって。
マジか。
But there has to be a way to fix it. There has to be some kind of way to do this.
僕は治癒魔法には疎いけれど本当にその可能性はないんだろうか。ユリウス、メイザース辺境博、いかがですか？
残念だが、治癒魔法において私の知見はフェリスに遠く及ばない。唯一期待できるのはメイザーズ辺境博だが。
悲しいかな。私も治癒魔法は増えてでね。ただ魔法の習得のために様々な文献を当たってきた私の知識が正しければフェリスの意見を否定できる要素、そうしたものには心当たりがないね。
Damn it! So now what? How do we solve this conundrum?
話題に上がるかもしれんから先に言うとくけど、薬の類も難しいやろね。もともと大抵の薬やら薬湯の効果は治癒魔法と比べたらビビった。
Understandably so, because why would you use magic otherwise if... Well, then again, yeah, I guess using magic would still be... Even if medicine would be stronger than magic, using magic would still have the benefit of, you know, you not having to bring medicine with you. Because you can just use mana. Which seems more practical. That is, if you know healing magic, of course.
方針紹介のアナスタシア様同様、私の方でもお力になるのは難しいかと。その手の話は聞いたことがありません。
So no one knows how to do anything about it.
人の体を作り変えるなんて、随分とたわけたやつがいたものね。その張本人を絞り上げられないの？
それができたら苦労はないけど、あいにくと相手の全貌が全くわからない。多分それを調べ。
Yeah, they'd figure out we're onto it.
あの姉ちゃんが後ろからぐさっと刺されちまうわけか。
わけだ。
So how do we handle this? As everyone's understanding of the situation sinks in, their expressions turn grave as they realize the deadlock we've hit. We have so many powerful people gathered here. They say two heads are better than one, and with so many of us here, it should open up new possibilities. That's what I thought, but even that was aiming too high.
難しいな。
Yeah,
I don't like this either. Who would like this? Well, then again, I guess Priscilla would like it because it's interesting, huh? There's Ferris, who is likely peerless when it comes to healing magic, and Reinhardt, who has virtually no connection with the word impossible. Melty and company's outlook already looks bad with these two being unable to provide an answer. Then, as though spurring it on further... I like it. Why would you like it? You don't. You don't. That's the answer. Also, yeah, she's not concerned because hey, why would we be concerned? That's a rival. It's even more than that. It's the imposter. We shouldn't be concerned. We should be happy if she died. That's what she's gonna say. Here we go. No idea what we're talking about? Oh, right. We just told all the other royal candidates that Melty is the imposter, and we told all of them the entire story. All of them know the entire story, and we're trying to figure something out about how to help Melty. And of course we had to involve all the royal candidates, including Priscilla, like an idiot. But yeah. Pain. And honestly, nobody likes what's going on with Melty, but Priscilla of course doesn't care. At the very least she wants to reveal it, and revealing that we know about Melty being the fake, that would definitely end up with Melty being killed by Sakura. So even if she doesn't kill Melty directly, Sakura would do it once Priscilla reveals the truth. Which is why I don't know why we're even involving Priscilla in all of this. We know she's a bitch, why bring her to this meeting? Stupid decision, I think. I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, we want all the royal candidates to be here, but why include the one who obviously wouldn't care about the well-being of others? Well, to not seem suspicious, I guess, still. That was the conclusion I was afraid of. We have no obligation to help Melty and the others, and everyone agrees on that. Considering that they deceived us, it wouldn't be unreasonable to cut them down with no mercy, so why are we having this discussion? Is it not good enough to simply expose the criminals? Why should we help them? I can't give an answer right away. Good reasoning, Felt, good reasoning. But I'm sure Priscilla needs more. There's nothing she would do that wouldn't let her sleep at night. She could slaughter a bunch of children and would still be able to sleep peacefully. That's what's horrible about her. And so the first voice to break the silence surprises me to my core. Folding her arms, Felt narrows her eyes and looks Priscilla in the face while continuing. Reinhardt has to agree because, you know, you're his princess. Will be unable to sleep at night if and only if her boobs got smaller for some reason. Ah, yes. Truly, that would be horrible. For her. At Felt's teasing expression, Reinhardt puts his hand on his forehead and sighs. I see. If you break it down like that, maybe it's true that Felt's circumstances are a little similar to Melty's. Of course, between Sakura and Reinhardt, their personalities are like good versus evil. So what are we gonna do? Well, Felt is on board, that's good. I had the feeling all the royal candidates except for Priscilla would be on board with this. Right, everyone except for Priscilla is on board, I'm guessing. Well, Reinhardt can go ahead and kill Sakura, that's one problem solved. We just need to figure out how to save Melty. But when it comes to a fight, now that we have Reinhardt on our side, we basically can't lose in that aspect. Well, he wouldn't say that because he's a knight. Oh? At Reinhardt's response, Felt turns her face and clicks her tongue. That's the answer from this lord and her retainer. What? I mean, I guess I understand the reasoning, but considering how upset you were about what was going on and how you felt about what... considering how everyone except for Priscilla felt bad for what was happening, I honestly assumed everyone would be on board. Next, Anastasia starts her own debate. Raising her hand a little, Anastasia looks back and forth between Priscilla and Felt. I mean, we have no obligation to, but... No, actually we do. What about a moral obligation, huh? Oh? Go on then. Go on then. I'm sorry she's not the embodiment of greed. We have an archbishop and a witch of greed. So don't call Anastasia the embodiment of greed. It just... there's far more fitting examples. Oh? That is in fact the case, yes. It would be beneficial. So we have her on our side. Okay. Wow. Priscilla closes one eye and curses Anastasia. I'm impressed by how Anastasia seems entirely unaffected. Even though it's a rather heartless conclusion drawn by an experienced merchant. So, what about Krush? Krush, considering your influence, it would be very nice to have you on our side. Having Krush on our side would be very nice. Come on. Please tell me Krush is on our side as well. It doesn't, but it has to do with interacting with Subaru and annoying Subaru potentially, unintentionally. Of course. All these knights are just basically simps for their princesses. I know all these knights are simps. It's just how it works. Every single knight be simping for their princess hardcore. Julius answers with vigor and Anastasia lightly waves her hand. Looks like this lord and retainer also agreed on a single answer. Then... So...
それにこの場の私の意見は私ではなく私の信頼する中心から聞こう。
You're gonna leave the decision up to Ferris? Okay.
クルシュ様。
フェリス、私はお前の意見を聞きたい。今しがたフェルトとアナスタシア方針が語った通り、上等理はすでに揃っている。
Yes, so?
私もまたさっきの二人と同じ理由で動くこともできよう。だがあえてお前の意見が聞きたい。お前はどう思っている？さっきのナツキスバルたちの話を聞いて、メルティプリステスたちをどう思う？
I think they need help. I think they need help, and we can give them the help they need. When asked by Crush, Ferris ponders a hand placed on a rather flat chest. Ferris couldn't reply with an answer that wasn't so thought out. Ferris regarded her too highly for that. No, that's not it. Ferris wouldn't think such petty thoughts. Ferris's eyes are filled with an unusual drive, burning and boiling with a sense of purpose.
フェリちゃんはクルシュ様の騎士です。
Hmm?
そうだ。
クルシュ様の恩義と理念のため、すべてを捧げる覚悟があります。
Okay, so?
ただ同時に私は治癒術師でもあるんです。
So it is your duty to help people? It is your duty to help people as a healer?
助けてほしいって言われたら、何とかすることを最初に考えてしまう。それが手詰まりに絶望する人ならなおさらのことです。
So, everyone except for Priscilla is helping us. That's what I've been hoping for.
暗闇の淵でどうにもならない場所でクルシュ様が私の手を引いてそこから連れ出してくださった。だから今の私がいるのに、その私が
Let's go squad!
拒絶するなんてどうしてもできない。
Everyone's on board except for Priscilla, but we knew she wasn't gonna be on board because she a bitch.
ごめんなさい、クルシュ様。すごく勝手でわがままな従者です。だけど
もう十分だ。皆まで言うな。
クルシュ様、フェリちゃんのこと嫌いになります？
Oh, I doubt it.
私がお前を？ありえないな。私がお前を嫌うとしたら、それは私が
Oh, you're gonna cease being yourself in the future. Don't worry about that. That's the thing that's gonna happen. Well, you're not entirely gonna cease being yourself, but a certain part of you is certainly gonna be lost. But that's season 2 stuff. Let's not worry about that. Oh, God. Simp. After a nod at Ferris' confession of love, Crush turns her eyes to Priscilla.
長々と待たせたが、これが私の結論だ。私は私の従者に応えられる主君でありたい。故に、ナツキスバルたちに協力する。
Let's go!
わざわざ順を追い茶番よな。貴様自身が語った通り、どうとでも筋道はつけられよう
が。だが、歩くならば私自身。自ら率先して歩ける筋道を行く。愛すべき。
So, Priscilla, did all our reasonings by some miracle convince you to join us? I highly doubt it, but it might be possible. After Crush's bold answer, Priscilla replies in an abusive way, then... Of course she's gonna help. Her attack next turns to Emilia.
ここまで来て横の道家の意に従ったなどというのは不出来であろうよ。まさかそんな虚言は並べてくれない。
She will say what she wants to say.
確かにこの集いの始まりは貴様の横にいる道家にあろうよ。だが重木の席は主人が追わねばならぬ。それの発言の席は貴様にある。それを分かった上で
Well, knowing how kind-hearted Emilia is, you already know she would help anyway.
貴様は何故偽物のために骨を折る。
Priscilla's questioning is brutal, but it's true that it can't be ignored. Felt, Anastasia, and Krush all came up with different answers of their own. Emilia needs to come up with her own answer too. Under such questioning, Emilia gently places her hand over her chest.
ずっと故郷の森で暮らしてたの。そこにはパックと一緒にいて、それだけでも満足してたんだけど。だけどある日、森にロズワールが迎えに来てくれて、私を応戦に参加させてくれるって。
Yes, true.
初めて森を出て、お屋敷に連れて行かれてからは知らないことばっかりで。
I'd imagine that would be the case, yes. Emilia the troublemaker. Oh, Beatrice! Ah, that's one thing I don't like about this game mainly taking place in the capital. I know I know there are some parts of this game that take place at the mansion, but you really don't get any opportunity to meet Beatrice. You meet her like 2 or 3 times in this game, if I'm not mistaken. You just meet her 2 or 3 times and that's about it. Just because most of this game doesn't even take place at the mansion, so there's no real opportunity to get to see her. Such sad.
その子にもいつも怒られたり、たくさんいろいろあって。応戦に参加を決めたから、他の候補者のみんなにも出会って、ちゃんとやらなくちゃって思わされて。みんなすごい。
Everyone just watching in silence with the ... Gotta need the ellipses. Who's gonna be next? Yeah.
そんな風に張り詰めてたから、きっと失敗しちゃったのね。オートですごい大変な失敗をして、それでもうどうしようってすごく困って慌てて、それで
Because Emilia has the longest reasoning, the longest speech to give her answer on this.
スバルが手助けしてくれて、お屋敷でまた気持ちを新たにして、それで今オートでここに立ってる。たくさんの出会いと経験が今の私を形作ってくれて、森でパックと2人でいた頃と違う私になれてる。だから私はメルティたちと出会ったこともただすれ違っただけだって終わりたくない。ちゃんと話して納得して。
And that's why we're saving them. Let's go.
そのためにあの子たちに手助けが必要なら、私はそれをしたい。いいえ、する。だってちゃんとしないとすごく胸がモヤモヤして大変だから。
最後の最後でふわっとした。
It went really well though. Nice speech.
だけどそれが私の正直な気持ちなの。
Emilia's face turns red as she objects. A moment later, the air in the room relaxes. The rigid atmosphere from before has come undone, and I feel the tension waver. Then... Not for her, apparently.
いや、兄弟たちが姫さんの態度にいろいろと物申したいことがあんのはわかるぜ。ただよ、姫さんもこういう性格なんだな。
ある。勝手にわらわを分かったように言うでない。道家に見透かされるほど。
Oh, but you are. You totally are.
分かってる分かってる。分かってるからついでに分かった風なこと言わせていただくとだ。
Which is?
多分姫さん、解決策思いついてんだろ。
You did? What? Yeah, my thoughts exactly, Subaru. What?
解決策ってメルティの？プリシラ、それって本当？
わらわの道家の分際で余計なことを。
Okay, I'm curious. Priscilla, I never thought that I would say this, but I'm glad you're here right now. Could you share your thoughts, please?
悪い悪い。もしかして俺って首跳ねられる？
これらの話を聞く前であったら容赦なく首を落としておったろうよ。
Well, nice job, guys. You saved Al. Saying so, Priscilla looks around the room, gazing at the royal candidates, including Emilia. Her words and behavior are evidence that Priscilla was impressed, at least somewhat, by Emilia and everyone's words. Maybe that means she's finally beginning to respect them. Don't think so. She doesn't intend to do it.
最初から分かっていよう。そこな青の治癒術師が必要じゃ。
Oh.
フェリちゃんがそりゃ治癒魔法でなんとかできるならそうするけど、それができないって話で。
There's more to it than that, isn't there?
たわけ。楽をしようとするからそうなる。
Oh.
楽ですか？フェリスがそうは思えませんが。
発想の問題よ。人体を作り変える権能で喉を塞がれた。ならば、塞がれた喉を開けばいい。
So what, cut open her throat and then heal it again? Is that what you're proposing?
はあ？何言ってんだてめえ。それができりゃ苦労はねえって。
Seems a bit intense.
そうか、そういうことか。
って
I clap my hands as an idea flashes in my mind from Priscilla's words, and Feld reacts in surprise, all eyes turn towards me. But even I find myself astonished by the idea. I finally made the connection after watching Priscilla, seeing her rub her fingers on her throat to explain.
食道の切開、いや、切除か。とにかく手術をすればいいってことだ。
I mean, yeah.
手術ってあれやろ？体の中の悪いもんとかを刃物で切って取り出したりするあれのこと？
That's the best option we have, isn't it?
そうそれ。清潔な場所と道具が必要だが、それが揃ったらできるのか？
最後で自信をなくすのはやめなさい。
Oh, he's good at losing confidence, but he always regains it.
いや、俺もわからねえんだよ。さすがに医学は門外漢すぎる。
I jumped at Priscilla's words because I didn't have that idea before, but I also have no idea about advanced medical techniques.
仮に塞がれた食道を開く手術なら、喉を振って食道を開いて、それが塞がらないように経過を見て。
とてもではありませんが、すぐに対応できるようなお話には。
Yeah.
手術の最中に亡くなられてしまうのでは。
There is that chance too. It's risky. It's risky, but it's the only option we have right now, isn't it?
その問題さえどうにかできれば。
一つ考えを正そう。夏木すばる。
Oh, offering up a correction. I'm always listening. I'm always listening to those. What is your correction?
K は実現のカフカで悩んでいるようだが、それはすでに案じるべきことではない。なぜなら、
私ならできるから。
Oh.
フェリス。
私なら死なせないで作業はできる。切って開いてとかやったことないから簡単じゃないのは間違いないけど。
Well, having a literal healer present while performing surgery, that would certainly help make things easier.
ならば、私が補佐し、私のつぼみたちの力を借りれば、手伝いくらいはできるはずだ。
Ulysses volunteers to assist, and faint lights float around
ユ
him.
リウスは精霊術師なのよ。あの子たちはユリウスの契約精霊。
Yes, we know.
エミリアタンとお揃いか。マネっこ野郎め。
聞こえているよ。それで、どうだろうか。
We got this.
ユリウスが手伝ってくれるならフェリちゃんも心強いよ。だけどまだ一人。
What else do we need? Like, yeah, we need a sterile room and tools and stuff, but yeah.
今の作業をやるだけでも治癒と並行して進めなくちゃだから、せめてあと一人。
So we need someone to do the cutting, huh?
それなら私からはラムを推薦します。
Ah, no, I'm worried about that one. I'm worried about that one. I'm worried about that one. I've seen the kind of shape she leaves bushes in. I'm not sure I trust her anywhere near someone's throat. That doesn't seem like the best idea.
推薦って姉様を？本気かよ。
That seems way too risky.
本気も本気、大本気だとも。 スバル君は不安かもしれないけどね。手先の器用さでラムに勝る子はそういないよ。
Still, I'm super worried about this.
恐縮です、ロズワール様。
それは
Thinking back on Ram's work at the estate, I ponder the real meaning behind Rosewald's remark. It's hard to fully understand because Ram does most of the work at the manor, but there's no mistaking that Ram is pretty handy. Above all,
お手伝いするなら間違いありませんね。
そんなに褒められると照れるわ。当然の評価だけれど。
Ram is blindly devoted when it comes to Ram, but they are clearly genuine with one another.
姉様、本当にやれるんだな。
愚問ね。やってのけるわ。ロズワール様のご指名だもの。それとも
Ram is everything. Well, except a surgeon. Except she isn't real. Sad. I mean, she knows how to torture people. And she knows how to heal. But that doesn't mean she could perform surgery, I guess. She isn't real and she would only like Subaru, yes. Sad. Oh. Time to see if Ram can be trusted to operate on someone's throat. Kill anyone that ever complained about him. Yes. 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 Except for, you know, Rosewald or her sister.
フェリスが執刀医で、ラムとユリウスがそのサポート。これで3人。どうだ?
Let's hope so.
自信満々にやれるにゃんって言えないの分かってるよね。
その方がうまくいったときかっこいいからね。
Come on. But now we need to get Melty on board.
傑作。
With Puff Cheek, Ferris doesn't object to Al's wild laughter. But anyway, now.
条件は揃った。
そりゃめでてえけど、なんか私んとこだけあれだな。
How so?
猫耳、ラインハルトもなんかに使えねえか?
Well, yes, keep it. Reinhardt would be good for fighting. Like, you know, killing Sakura.
お気持ちは嬉しいんですけど、ラインハルトは体質が不向きっていうか、ほら、周りのマナー吸っちゃうから。
True, that would be problematic.
なので、僕は治癒魔法が使われる現場には立ち入り禁止なんですよ。
Sad.
おいおい、使えねえな。
面目ありません。
ラインハルトを使えないキャラ扱いって、それ簡単すぎるだろ。
He's not useless, he can fight Sakura for us. Come on. Just tell him.
それに、ラインハルトもへこむ必要ねえぜ。後でちょっくら、お前にだけ頼みたいことがあるんだ。
了解したよ。ぜひ、僕に名誉挽回の機会を与えてくれると嬉しいね。
Reinhardt nods at my words. It's a request with high stakes, though.
やったわね、スバル。これで。
ああ、ようやくスタートラインだ。
The starting line? Oh no, how long is this game? I clench my fists and nod to a smiling Emilia. All that's left is to use the established lineup and try to find the answer.
ボンコツ、わらわの問いはまだ終わっておらぬ。
What is it now? Just then Priscilla makes a move to throw cold water on our plan one last time.
お前のしつこさも大概だな。さっきの助言には感謝してるけど、これもそれの前振りだと思っていい？
わらわを試そうなどと傲慢はやめよ。わらわは貴様の思い通り。
Of course you do what you wish. Because everything goes your way, as you say.
それこそ納得するまでじゃ。状況は組んだ。人員も揃えた。後の成否は人事を尽くすだけ。そこまで運んで、なお貴様に問おう。
Why do this?
何故彼らを助ける。
Because they're nice people.
それはみんなも言ってただろ。あの子たちが。
いいや、貴様らは意図的に目を背けている。何故助かりたがること前提なの。
Because we talked to Tiga, and he said if we could help him, he would appreciate it.
青と最優、 それに鬼の娘が手伝えば確かに首を切り開く手術は可能であろうよ。だがそれも相手が協力的であればじゃ。何故相手がそれを拒まぬと思える。手助けと差し出した手が拒絶されることを少しも考慮せぬのか。
I feel like she'd accept it. I hope.
それは救ってやろうなどというまさしく傲慢な少年のなせる業であろうよ。
We're basically helping Tiga help his crush. So, you know, with the last round of Priscilla's questioning aimed at me, I opened my mouth to immediately reply. But I can't find the words to say.
所詮はどうけ、どうだけ無駄であったか。
Come on, Subaru, think for a second. Ending with a cold tone, Priscilla stands up from her seat.
ある。わらわたちは引き上げるぞ。これ以上ここへいても得るものはない。
ああ、そりゃ構わねえが、兄弟の答えは聞かなくていいのかよ。
She's gonna say he isn't gonna answer, and then Subaru's immediately gonna answer.
いいも悪いもない。そもそもあれから答えなど出てはこぬ。
And now's that's your cue, Subaru.
状況に流され、その対処に追われ、ようよう終点が見えたとき、自分の手元を照らす明かりの実態
Come
が
on,
見えぬ。
Subaru. Do it.
そんな愚物の答えなど、どうせおしきせのまがいものであろうよ。
Subaru, say something.
プリシラ
Her words hit me like cold blades, and I call out to her back to stop her as she tries to leave. Slowly, the Crimson Beauty turns around. I sense scorching heat in her eyes, and for a moment my shoulders tremble with an illusion of pain. But I fight it off immediately and grip my teeth at
お前
Priscilla.
の納得する答えを今の俺は持っちゃいない。確かにお前の言う通りだ。俺は状況に流されて、起きる出来事の対処にばっかり追われて、何のために突っ走ってきたのかもわからない。
Maybe it's still related to the evil eye.
スバル君。
だけど、俺が走る理由はある。
Because you just like saving people.
その中に助けたいあいつらもいるんだ。あいつらが俺たちの手を拒むかはわからない。だがそれでも手は差し出す。
By the way, after this conversation is over, I feel like it's about time we end.
差し出して手が取られなかったら。
取られなければどうする？
首根っこ掴んで助けてから説得したらいい。
Wow. Okay.
助かるとか助けるとか。
Congratulations, you're being rescued. Please do not resist. Please do not resist. I'm going to save you.
助けてからでいい。命の危険がなくなったら好きに騒げ。今まで言えなかったことも全部。俺はそうする。だからお前の質問への答えは全部終わったらわかる。だ。
I say this pointedly and thrust a finger towards Priscilla. In the room, only my excited breathing echoes out. The silence continues for a while, but slowly breaks.
貴様の少年はどうけよ
ほっとけ。
な。やはりわらわの望んだ答えは得られぬか。だが、それもまたよしとしておこう。
Well, then off you go. Priscilla turns her back, she pulls her fan out from her cleavage, and it makes a whooshing sound as she snaps it open.
どうあれ、明日になれば答えが出る。どんな結末であろうと、わらわの望んだ通りになるであろうよ。
Of course it will. That's what you think, at least.
世界はわらわの都合の良いようにできておるのじゃから。
Of course it does. And that's the end of the day.
それにしてもプリシラオンステージって感じだったな。
プリシラ様は苛烈な方だね。知っていたつもりだったけど、それをまざまざと思い知らされたよ。
Should I still count that as part of this conversation?
あいつの意見がなかったら解決策が出てこなかった可能性が高い。そう考えると文句も言えねえ。
Should I keep going a little bit more? Should I keep going a little bit more? That's the question. What do you think? What do you think? Opening the esophagus with surgery in a world with advanced healing magic, this is quite the unconventional solution. I should have come up with that idea. If I did, Priscilla wouldn't have been talking so big.
あいつのでかい顔は変わらないか。でかい態度とでかい胸もそうだな。
Yeah, big attitude and big breasts. Of course.
ご本人がいないとはいえ、それ以上は僕も止めざるを得ないな。
Huh?
悪い悪い。男友達しかいないからつい。
As I walk alone with Reinhardt on the nighttime street, I can't help but feel different from usual. Of course, it's plenty enjoyable being with Emilia and Rem, but guy friends are different.
それこそこんな気分はお前とかティーガとしか味わえないからな。
抜擢されて光栄だね。ティーガはどう出るだろう。
I think he'll be happy to know that we can save her, though I think he would also be worried about the risks it carries.
あいつの目的はメルティちゃんだ。だからあの子の無事さえ確保できたら俺たちに協力してくれると思う。
スバル、あの場では言わなかったけど、僕やユリウスが教会へ乗り込めば、おそらくそれで決着はつく。
Could you?
当然、相手の抵抗はあるだろう。だけど、制圧する実力はあるつもりだ。それなら。
And then we could take Melty. The problem is we still don't know about this mother.
こっちに被害を出さなくて済むか。お前がやられる可能性だってあるだろう。
A chance of them killing him? I'm sorry, Subaru. You didn't mean that, did you? That was supposed to be a joke, right? Isn't there a chance of them killing you? You're talking to Reinhardt here.
ない。
おいおい。
友人の前だからじゃないが、断言する。僕が負けることはない。だからこういう提案もできるんだ。
Seriously. The tone of his words is uncharacteristic of Reinhardt. No, it's a confidence that only Reinhardt could be forgiven for. Confidence that he would absolutely never lose no matter the opponent. That's the sword Saint Reinhardt. He cannot be killed, yes. Isn't that the thing? Any first attack against him misses, any second and third attack against him misses, any attack after that misses. If he dies, he comes back to life. Any ranged attack misses, any attack he's never seen before misses. Just like the fact alone that once he dies, he comes back to life as well. There literally isn't a way to get rid of him. Is there any possible way? Some more of him, there isn't a way. No, it's just impossible. Yes. Absolutely.
傷は癒えるものだよ。
だったら転んでもいいってなるか？俺はならないし、想像力もあるから嫌だ。
That's the thing. You can't even hurt him because any attack against, basically any and all attacks against him miss or get blocked. And once he dies, he comes back. So even if you could hit him with any kind of attack, even if you could, it won't matter because he just comes back. He is absolutely invincible, yeah.
やるなら勝ちたいし、どうせなら完全勝利を目指したい。いいじゃんか、異世界チート。
Wow. Okay, that's not something I can agree with. If I've got cheat codes, I would get rid of them. Not a fan of those.
俺は苦戦も苦難も欲しくない。スキップしながらクリアできるなら、それが一番いいって思ってる。
Then again, in a real life situation where I would suffer otherwise, I would definitely use them to my advantage. In that case, I would. If I could mitigate the suffering I might have to go through.
だから、わざわざ傷つこうとするなよ。そんなの苦しいだけだぜ。
And Suru would know about pain.
そうか。わかったよ。君が楽をさせてくれるというなら、僕もそれに乗るのはやぶさかじゃない。実は意外とこの腰の剣も重たいんだ。
そりゃそうだ。そんなごっつい剣軽いわけないもんな。
Of course it wouldn't be. Plus, it can't be drawn unless it chooses the situation is unless the sword itself chooses that it's needed to be drawn.
Ah, そうだね。全くもって、君の言う通りだ。
And I'm not sure Sakura's a worthy opponent for that. Reinhardt's suggestion is, well, probably his way of being considerate. To gain the very best result, a lot of sacrifices have to be paid. And even then, there's no guarantee of obtaining results. If that's the case, he would go himself. He could simply bring back the simple, good result. That was Reinhardt's suggestion. How many situations like this has he had to overcome? I vaguely think to myself that maybe that's why Feld is so fitting for Reinhardt. That strong-willed Feld could do a flying kick to the back of her knight when he tries to stop at good, sending him to best.
何か言ったかい？
いやー、お前らって応戦が始まったら厄介そうだなって。
いや。
ずいぶんと気が早いね。だけど、そうだな。君がうんざりするぐらい公的
Of course, Reinhardt would be more than a worthy opponent.
その約束いらねえな。
Is that best boy Otto?
おっと、この声は。
こっちですよ。
It's Otto!
いたいた。ちゃんと時間通りに待ってたな。
いや、言っときますけど、夏希さんはがっつり遅刻ですよ。この寒空の下、どんだけ待たすんですか。
悪い。
It's the boy! He's doing fine.
とりあえずで謝るって間違いなく悪いと思ってませんよね。
スバル、彼は？
He's our friend. A very, very good friend. A very, very, very good friend.
ああ、こいつはおっと。見た通り、運のない行商人だ。
見た目で運がないって何なんですかね。いや、すみません。つい勢いで。あなたは
Yes.
赤毛に青い瞳。
Yes, the sword saint.
そのお越しの剣ってひょっとして。
お、知ってる？さすが商人。
Of course.
物知り。
Even bandits knew him, so, you know. Yes! Well, Tsuburu didn't know him until he met him, so...
いかにも、僕は今代の剣聖を拝命しているラインハルト・バン・アストレアだ。だけど、スバルの友人なら、君も気軽にラインハルトと呼んでほしい。
So what part of the plan does Otto have to play in this?
こんな動転してる状態で気軽って僕が情緒不安定すぎるでしょう。
まあ、ゆっくり慣らしてったらいいさ。お前らにはやってもらいたいことがあるし。
Now let's hear it, Subaru. Currently appointed? Bruh. I mean, there's always one currently appointed sword saint. There's always one. Before that was it his mother? I think it was his mother, right? Before that. He will always be the best, probably. The question is, can he... Like, he's unkillable, we know that, but can he die of, like, sicknesses or old age? No, I don't think he can die from sicknesses. I think he has a divine protection against that too, probably. So I think the only way he could die would be from old age, I guess. I don't see any other way for him to go out.
そうですね。ゆっくり時間をかけて。僕がラインハルトさんと？
Yes, you too.
もしかしてそれがさっき言っていた僕の名誉挽回の機会
So what is it?
なのかな？
ああ、まさしくその通り。俺、オットーに言ってなかったっけ？
What is it? I don't even know about this and I'm playing as you.
続いてもっといい話があるからと。
初対面の僕が言うのもなんだけど、オットーは人が良すぎる気がするね。もっと自分を大事にした方がいい。
Wow.
僕の焦りに一役買ってるのが間違いなくあなたの存在なんですが。
Which is understandable, considering how famous he is.
悪いやつめ。おとなしく自分の運命を受け入れろ。
悪党のセリフとしか思えない。奴隷商で聞いたことがある。
それも興味深い経験談だけど、この場は必要な話を優先しようか。
Yes, please.
それで
Prioritize the required story and tell me what's up.
ああ、その説明のために、実はもう一人ゲストが。
Oh my god, will you get to the point, Subaru? I am so curious right now. Please tell me.
探しておるのはわしか。なんじゃこの若。
This is about saving the potential hostages, isn't it?
失礼なやつじゃな。
I feel like this might be about saving the potential hostages.
そりゃ巨人がいきなり路地裏からひょっこり現れたら誰でもこうなるだろう。
ロム殿もスバルと待ち合わせを。
That we did apparently.
ラインハルトか。まさかお前さんとは思わんかったが、確かに適任じゃろうよ。こうして考えると、お前さん他人に仕事を。
I mean, yeah, because Subaru can't do anything himself, basically.
人間の強み。その
Yeah.
それじゃねえかと思ってる。
悲しい割り切りですね。
うっせえな。俺は納得してんの。それよりロムジ、俺が頼んでたことは分かったか？
せかすでないわい。こっちも昔のつてをあれこれたどってすっかりクタクタなんじゃ。
Well, the sooner you tell us, the sooner you can rest.
まったく年寄りをこき使うでないわい。
悪かった。後で俺が一生懸命肩揉むよ。
Come on, Rom. Don't let us down here.
パラダールのその後じゃが、どうやらわしやお前の考えは正しかったらしい。
Okay.
やはり滅ぼされたのではなく、どこぞへ連れ去られたという見方が自然じゃ。それとこれも奇遇じゃが。
何があった？
パラダールが滅んだのが数年前にもかかわらず、ここ1年以内に魔眼
Put on the market?
売りに出されたようでな。
What?
待ってくれ。魔眼が売りに？それって。
魔眼族の異能は魔眼に宿る。それを信じる者からすれば、魔眼だけの方が価値がある場合もある。
I see. So, do they kill them or do they just cut the eyes out and leave them alive? The wrinkles on Old Man Rom's face deepen and I'm suddenly struck speechless. Faradar, Melty and Salam's homeland, and a place where the Evil Eye tribe lived. Seeing how their homeland was destroyed and they were taken away, I figured they weren't living in peace, but...
運のいい小僧じゃな、お前さんは。ちょうどわしの知人が魔眼の売買と関わったらしくてな。場所の当たりはついた。
それ、どんなつてなんだよ。
That is a pretty shady connection, but okay, go on.
わしがこの情報をお前さんに渡す条件じゃな。了
解。
So, I have no reason to question Old Man Rom on his shady background right now. What I need is...
ラインハルト、おっと、ロムジーのおかげで高庫の憂いが見つかった。お前たちに任せたい。いいか？
もちろん構わないさ。聞いていた限りでも非道の行いとわかる。
Alright. So what about you, Otto?
詳しくはわかりませんが、これって聞いた以上はってやつですよね。
Think of it as such, yes.
ナイスジョーク。
絶対に笑い話ではねえよ。けど分かってますよ。ラインハルトさんの言う通り、僕だって下涙もない商人ですから。
But you gotta save people. Come on, Otto.
それでも踏み越えちゃならない一線は分かるつもりです。
That's my boy.
涙もない。それ誰の話してんだ？
僕がちゃんと見え切ったの聞いてました？
You cold-blooded? Don't see it.
安心してくれ。僕が聞いていたよ。おっと、君が仲間で心強い。
そうですか。
Look at the boys getting along.
ならいいんですが。
ちょろいやっちゃな。
ラインハルトとこの若造が出向くならわし
And Old Man
は
Rob's coming along. Okay, the squad is looking nice.
マガン族にチキはおらんが同じアジン族が苦しんでおるならそれを放っては
Let's go.
おけん。
オーケー、ラジャった。じゃあファラダールのマガン族は3人に任せたぜ。
ああ、任せい。
こうなったら
This seems like the winning run, guys.
成果を持ち帰って今後につなげさせてもらいますよ。
よしよし、威勢のいいこった。ラインハルト、頼んだぜ。本当に。
So they are definitely not gonna fail. I mean, they have Reinhardt with them. There's no way they're gonna fail.
心得たよ。スバル、君も気をつけてくれ。
ああ、ガッテン承知の助だ。
The question is whether we can succeed in what we need to do. With a voice of encouragement for myself, I look up at the night sky and settle my resolve for this match. The decisive battle is tomorrow. I'm sure tomorrow will be the longest day of my life. That's gonna be its own stream then. Save point? Yes. And this seems like a good spot to end it, doesn't it? Commence operation. Why does it feel like we've reached the end game? I feel like next stream might be the last ReZero stream. I feel like we might be getting close to the end. But yeah, this seems like a spot to end it. Again, normally I stream for 3 hours. Now we've gone past 4 hours already. So that's very unusual for my schedule. But you know the drill. Let's hope we can pull this off. Let's hope we can pull this off. Now, as you know, if you stick around, that might be very helpful, because we could do a little sneaky, cheeky little raid. And I like doing that. I very much like doing that. So let us see what we can do. You can also make recommendations, because I need to look for someone nice to raid. Well? What do you mean, well? Please continue. Don't just stop after a well. Oh wow, welcome back. What great timing. You came back just in time for the raid. Well, normally I would have stopped an hour ago, so normally you wouldn't have even made it back to the stream. I've been streaming an hour longer than usual today, and you came back in time for the raid. I am so happy, but I'm still looking for someone to raid, so again, suggestions are very much welcome here. That is the thing. I am listening to suggestions. Usually, as long as it's small streamers, you know. Back to back. Yes. That's how it works. How about... Nah, no one's streaming that. Can I recommend? As long as it's a small streamer, please, go ahead. As long as it's a small streamer, you're free to recommend. That is if people are still here. Alright. Did everyone already leave? Please don't tell me everyone left. It's telling me my viewers are going down. We dropped below 3 viewers technically, so normally I wouldn't raid now. Because I'm too low on viewers. Because as I keep saying... I normally don't raid unless I have 3 or more viewers, because I feel like an attention hog. And that's the problem if you take too long for a raid. If you take too long to do a raid, then everyone will leave ahead of time, which is really annoying. Let's see. You would appreciate it? You know what? I'll do it. Even if there's only 2 people, I hate raiding with only 2 people. I hate it. I hate it so much. Because, again, I feel like an attention hog for doing that. I feel like if I have less than 3 people and I raid someone, I feel like I'm only doing it for the attention, which I'm not, but it feels like it, and I hate that feeling. In any case, we'll try it anyway. If you say he'll appreciate it, then I'm sure he would. So let's go and do that. Against my better judgment. Alright, everyone get ready, we're heading over. So that's it for this ReZero stream. Probably the second to last ReZero stream, considering we're probably almost done with the game. In any case, thank you so much for watching, and yeah, I hope to see you next time where we'll be playing more Deltarune again. So until then, thank you so much for watching, and bye! And there we go. That was the end of this archive. I hope you're looking forward to whatever comes next. See you then. Bye bye. And don't forget to check out Twitch.